Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The question on who is telling the truth is what the future will unravel. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has dismissed claims by President William Ruto that he ordered him to pay 10 billion shillings to convince residents of Mount Kenya to elect him for a second term in the 2027 general election. President Ruto last week said that among the reasons why Gachagua was impeached was due to this matter. He claimed to have enough money, maintaining that he even funded William Ruto's campaigns in the 2022 general elections. And regarding the 2 billion shillings that he said President Ruto promised him if he resigned as Deputy President, Gachagua had been hesitant to say anything. Well, we'll keep you posted on those audios as we continue with the bulletin. Likewise, Gachagua has given advice to the MPs from Mount Kenya region who are close to President William Ruto, asking them to be in support of his people. The government will ensure the return of 5 chiefs who were abducted by the Al-Shabaab terrorist group and allegedly released yesterday. This was the assurance of Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen, confirming the release of the chiefs a few hours ago. Speaking in Mombasa County after beginning his week-long tour of the coast region, Murkomen announced that the chiefs who were kidnapped in Mandera town in February this year were released by unknown persons in the Wagudad area on Sunday night. They were kidnapped while on duty while traveling to El Wak to join the Deputy Commissioner of Mandera County for a security meeting, as well as preparations for President William Ruto, who was there for a week-long visit. Murkomen praised the cooperation within the national and county governments as well as the community for achieving the release of the chiefs. Regarding the security situation in the coast, Murkomen has said that the government will not allow criminals to harass citizens. He has issued a warning to members of the coastal crime gang known as Panga Boys, vowing to deal with them according to the law. On his part, Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamud Nasir has banned residents from walking with machetes in public, while sellers are required to copy the names of those who buy machetes from them. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Good morning. Taking a quick look at what's happening this morning on the roads with traffic. A little bit of movement happening here and there, but we're not getting stuck anywhere just yet. There'll be some movement coming in from the Thika Superhighway. It's coming in also from Kangunda Road, in and outbound traffic. But apart from that, nothing yet popping. We'll keep an eye on all of this as we get through the morning, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's 9 minutes after 6 o'clock, and here we are on the 9th of April. 9 after 6, 9th of April, 2025. And voila, here we are. A very good morning to you, Mr. Dennis Aseto.
Good morning, how are you?
Niko salama? More or less. Sema more or less.
More or less.
If I could hear myself, it would even be greater.
Okay.
But I don't know. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Yep.
Mambo shwari sasa. Mambo shwari.
Mambo kabisa. But something is wrong here, so I can't even hear. Jeez.
We shall fix that.
Huh?
We shall fix it.
We shall fix it?
We shall fix it.
But somehow. Okay, there we are. It's doing a thing here and there. How's your day yesterday?
My day was easy, pretty much. After work, I had some meetings. And after that, just proceeded home and waited for the bombshell.
Yeah.
Today is 8th.
Today is 8th.
Jeez. I'm even
Today is
ahead
the
of
8th.
myself.
You're 9th.
Today is the 8th of April. I'm sorry. Did I take you ahead? I did. I'm on tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, let's come back today. It's actually to the 8th of April and it's Tuesday. Voila. And here we are on Kenya's Biggest Conversation this Tuesday. And if I will say good morning to one CT Muga who's wearing my favorite color. CT, good morning.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm fine. Hi, thanks, please.
Welcome.
Thanks, please.
At least.
Wewe uko at least.
Mimi niko at least.
Wewe iko salama sana?
Yes.
Okay, I'm very happy to see you this morning. You know what I did yesterday? Somehow, it's not even a miracle, it's a terrible thing. I managed to snap my glasses in half. Not intentionally, but literally snapped them in half.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
You snapped them somewhere around here.
Yes, right here.
But this thing that clips the ears is still working.
Yeah.
So they're working.
Super glue.
They're separated.
Super glue.
I need to take them to the optician and get them to do something. If not, just get a new pair of glasses. But it was interesting because suddenly they were just in my hands. I was like, what just happened? I know they do wear over time, but who knows?
Happened.
It does happen.
So it just snapped.
I was wiping them.
Okay, for a moment I thought they were on the table and then
they fell
just
apart.
snapped.
We would have said the village uncles had come to visit.
Yes.
But no, nothing like that. It was just interesting that happened. But me, I'm fine. So here we are.
How are you doing, Do?
I'm fine.
Oh, that's good. Aseto.
Salama sana.
He's looking at you like, you better be fine.
Why that look?
Yeah, he's looking at you like, you better not be anything less than fine.
Yeah, that is a headmaster look.
Enyewe ni kweli. Kwanza asubuhi.
Lazima uwe fine.
It's a shika double look.
Yeah, shika double. Better toe the line.
Yes.
Yeah. Or utapata chamtema guni.
Chamta what?
Chamtema kuni.
Yani translated into Kiswahili, which is easy to consume. Wewe utaona moto.
Takushughulikia.
Kabisa.
Kitu kama hiyo.
Yeah.
Okay, so guys, we're getting into the morning. We have a couple of conversations lined up for today. Let me tell you what those are. We're getting into Tuesday proper, and I know we had said that today we would be having a conversation with the Principal Secretary in the State Department of Diaspora Affairs, but that can't happen today because, a few of incidences, but that had to be postponed. So she will come and we'll have conversations around about some of these things too. Oh, did I make a... No, she... Oh, I've made a mistake. She's actually coming. So it seems like my confusion today is proper, but she actually is coming to join us this morning. Let me tell you a couple of other conversations that we will have today. So we will have the Principal Secretary in the State Department of Diaspora Relations. She joins us at 9 a.m. So we start from 9 a.m. Let's tell you then at 8 o'clock, we will have then a conversation around demystifying retirement planning for SMEs and why it matters. Jane Lois Kimani is a business development manager and SME Britain Life Assurance, and she joins us then at 8. And then rising political temperatures. Are some groups being targeted? That's a good question. And remember, we talked about goons for hire in terms of are people actually being brought into the fray, and you can actually bring them in to push a political agenda. Riziki Dunstan is a lawyer and vice chairman of the National Reconstruction Alliance. Reconstruction Alliance joins us then at 7 a.m. And so are some of the things that we'll be looking at this morning. So we have those conversations, and even as we get into that, we will love to say hello to you as we get into it. Number of things happening. We did hear the words already bombshell. And what did the former deputy president say yesterday in his tell-all interview? So we'll look at some of those conversations as well as we get through Tuesday. So karibuni sana, we already see you clicking into the room today, and a number of conversations, rather a number of hellos that we want to say to you. We can see you, and we'll say hello to you in just a minute. Before Always great to have you in the room. Our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X. And even as you join us on radio across the nation and in the region and indeed around the world, thank you for always clicking into the Situation Room on Kenya's biggest conversation. So we say hello to you this morning, and you're all tuned in. We can see and already clicking into the room. Don Sabwa, we see you. A very good morning to you. And you're saying, what next? What happens next? Well, good morning, Ndu CT and Dennis. Deals in the making. R says, habari ya wananchi, nyinyi, habari, muko salama?
Salama sana.
Salama sana. Caleb says also, good morning. Hello team, Okello Mtata is really, truly my hero. SpiceFM is my favorite, says Joe Mungai. Well, good morning to you and always great to have you here. Thank you for that. Good to have some conversations for sure. Good morning from Ombaso, says Robert Mbogo. Tuned in from Tamu. Muko, Mukaje Spice team.
Tuko fresh.
Thank you very much. Good morning, says Chris Maura. Rose Grace, thank you so much. Tuning from Tamu. I'm always here. Kennedy Atande says, good morning, watching from Nyakach in Kisumu County. Good morning, Spice family, says Josiah. Lamek Otieno is also tuned in this morning. Finally get to put a face to the name. Oh, Leah, yes, you saw Leah this morning, didn't you? That was fun. Bernardito is also tuning in this morning from Doha. Princess Ndu, CT, and Dennis, good morning. Who will blink first between Gachagua and William Ruto? Well, somebody's doing something, that's for sure. Hi, Spice family, from the state of 10,000 Lakes, watching the Wamunyoro Chronicles. Okay, good morning to you, Zach. George Adimo is tuning this morning, tuning from Rongo, and is saying whether listening and the weather. Rongo weather is only for plant weeding. What is plant? Okay, reading the plants essentially. All right. Good morning, Spice family. What a week. Just fresh from Muturi episode, then the best ever interview on Spice with Omtata, now Gachagua. Why? We need a national conversation. Good morning, Jimmy Manovi. Good morning. Ndu, please share this Doluo proverb with CT. I won't pronounce it. I'll butcher the language.
Butcher it.
Oi. Apana.
So, swiftly moving forward.
I would definitely butcher it. But essentially what he's saying is that antelope is nobody's goat.
He's right.
Mwanda okendiend ngato.
Yeah, but
Diel is a goat. Mwanda is an antelope.
Okay.
Ngato
is someone.
Person, someone.
Okay. Good morning, Team Spice. We see you, Neyman. Good morning. Peter Kiari says, Mzee CT, Shikamo.
Marahaba.
Ndu and Dennis, Jambo, Mombasa Tukundani. Kevin is also tuning in this morning from Doha. And he's saying Doha is county 48 indeed. Mungu Awalinde wa Kenya. Good morning to you, daughter of Africa. Bonjour to Agola. Good morning. Good morning, guys, says Erica War. Abere is also tuned in this morning. Bethel, good to have you here. Good morning, Team Spice, says Eunice. African Queen says, good morning, Team Spice. Brian Oginga is also tuned in this morning. And Leo says, good morning, Princess. Good morning. CT and Aseto. Any chance the tariff war between Xi and Elon wouldn't destabilize the world economy? Well, let's wait and see who will blink, essentially another blink moment. Also, Dr. Venfic is here this morning. Amani says, good morning. Finally live after a 1 hour clock adjustment, tuning in from... we see you, yes, Amani. Yes, I know daylight saving has switched, so now an hour, and so now you can catch us what we're doing. And Gore is also tuned in, and it's chilly in Nairobi this morning. You say Chamgay to you. Kennedy Atinda says tuned in as usual from Nyakach, and Mutuflani says good morning, Team Spice. Dennis Gotea CT up on my behalf.
Yeah,
Gotea. Bas. Can you invite Wamunyoro one of these fine days? Okay. Ivan Omondi says good morning. Godfrey is also tuned in. Washi Okechi says good morning. Tuned in, Spice family. I love you guys. Well, we love you too. Thank you so much for tuning in. Today is 8th, not 9th. Yes, I got it. Made that mistake, already sorted. The FT family is tuned in. Samson is here. Stephen is also tuned in. And Stanley Ngesha says good morning. And Dex says sunshine, rainfall, don't even care. Where are you? Okay, Sawa Basi. Good to have you in the room either way. And as we're clicking into conversations today, thank you always for joining us. Alrighty. We went to another country yesterday, didn't we, CT?
We did.
What's our proverb for today?
Yes, our proverb for today comes from the Republic of Zimbabwe. It used to be known as Rhodesia. South Rhodesia, actually. Northern Rhodesia was Zambia. It was named after Cecil Rhodes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the good thing is he didn't claim that he actually discovered it. No. He merely conquered it. Yes. He was on a path to trying to find. Well, the general idea was that he would reach probably the Horn of Africa.
Yeah.
And somewhere in between, he found the going good. And yes. Anyway, the story of this particular country can be divided into four. The pre-colonial kingdoms, those were powerful, interesting kingdoms. Then came colonialism, liberation struggles, and recent political and economic transformations. The story of Africa is epitomized in Zimbabwe, one of the richest countries on the planet. And yet, as we speak right now, there's very little to show for that wealth in the lives of the common citizenry. Very little. God is good.
All the time.
All the time.
Yeah, it's a proverb.
Sorry.
God is good, but never dance with the lion.
Indeed. God is good, but never dance with the lion.
Yeah.
Just you can somebody will save you. That's true. You can depend on that, but don't carry yourself to trouble just because you'll get help. Don't carry yourself to trouble just because you'll get help.
Remember to always take care of yourself, even when someone is promising you heaven. So yeah.
Indeed. Abby? All right. It'll be interesting to see what folks have to say about that. Let's look at some headlines this morning, shall we? On Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, the bombshell. Former deputy president has come out swinging against President Ruto. Gachagua exposes a festering rift over shady state appointments and rampant corruption, alleging that Ruto has turned the presidency into his personal ATM, even as he cozies up to shadowy global players and the notorious Sudan's RSF and M23 in the DR Congo in gold smuggling deals, as well as a hidden partnership with Kosovo. My goodness. How many things all at once? And it continues. What Gachagua said, Itumbi is the person who directs ministers on what to say in public, and he's also trying to control my messaging, but I refuse. Number 2, the president is also advancing his commercial interests using the presidency, which risks making Kenya a pariah state. Number 3, the president is also involved in business dealings with the RSF leadership, and I can confirm that he has held meetings with M23 officials. Number 4, at one point, I had allowed Kibet to manage my diary, but I later realized that he was demanding money from people who wanted to meet with me. Number 5, the president told me he had no issue with Farouk making some money, but I stood my ground and refused to be instructed. He went on to say, I had pleaded with the president to retain some of the principal secretaries from the previous administration, especially from Mount Kenya region and Rift Valley. So he's coming out, guns blazing, shooting directly from the hip, and he's saying certain things. Of course, these allegations, we'll look into the details of that story, but it was interesting to watch. U.S. officials back press freedom amid threats. I believe there was a visit by them to the Standard Group yesterday. Dozens killed in Congo capital floods. There's harrowing pictures of a man trying to save his 2 young boys, and they are stuck in, they're not really stuck. The water essentially is trying to carry them away, and they're literally holding on to an electric pole. The floods in the Congo right now are not a joke. I mean, how much can you take? If it's not conflicts in the east, it's not floods all over the place, it's not the world trying to ravage you of your natural resources. One country is,
and whatnot.
I'm telling you, one country is just taking the rap over and over again, and it doesn't look pretty. All right.
Yeah, let's go to the Daily Nation. And still smack in the middle is Gachagua's story and Gachagua's fight back. You are a liar. Impeached Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua yesterday launched a bare-knuckle pushback against President William Ruto's claims that he demanded 10 billion shillings to market the government's agenda in the Mount Kenya region. Instead, he made a raft of fresh allegations against his former boss, including that he has secret recordings of a 2 billion shillings retirement package offered to him in exchange for his resignation ahead of his impeachment. And Korea's bid to stop property auction flops. President William Ruto's senior economic advisor, Moses Kuria, has failed in his bid to stop Equity Bank from auctioning his property in Kiambu over 54 million shillings debt. Well, do you have a persistent flu? Watch out for an outbreak of influenza. There is a bug that is going around, and you're being asked to just be on the lookout over the same. And massacre or not, Governor unveils monument for 40 killed in Turkana, even as the CS is in conflict with the numbers there, because you're talking about 40 people and the CS is against that. Now, I thought I found Canaan only to land in hell. Myanmar returnees woes. So the returnees are giving their ordeal of the situation in Myanmar. And Ruto regime dodging responsibility, forcing Kenyans to finance its key programs. That is according to former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. We shall be checking some of the stories a little bit later.
All right.
Road works to resume after state clears contractors' debts. Hundreds of road contractors are expected to resume work this week after the government received 63 billion to pay pending bills, unlocking an impasse that stalled more than 580 projects. Pending bills are close to 600 million, if not
They're
more.
over. They're 698.
Yeah, so this is 10%.
Yeah.
Okay. So this 10%, the needle will probably shudder, but it won't move. Not much. All right? And if it moves, it will be limping. And then after we paid this to the contractor, then what happens the next payment? Anyway. Global market turmoil hits NSE after Trump tariff shocks. The Nairobi Securities Exchange yesterday suffered its biggest single-day loss in over a year as U.S. President Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs continued to batter global markets. So, bang in the middle of the paper, Treasury seeks identity of crypto owners in new bill. State moves to rein in tax cheats and hackers. Entities face steep penalties of up to 10 million for non-compliance. 2.4 trillion. That's what Kenya's cryptocurrency market transacted between 2021 and 2022. The Treasury will compel virtual currency exchanges and wallet providers to disclose cryptocurrency owners if MPs approve fresh changes to the law that seeks to rein in tax cheats, criminals and hackers. Okay? That is what they plan to do. Let's look at the Star. The Star is free today. We are told it is not for sale. How weak laws are fanning lynching of old people in Kenya. This is a story on page 2 of the newspaper. All right? Many elderly people have been subject to abuse and harassment, including lynching, due to lack of stringent laws to protect them, activists say. In a report to the UN, the civil society groups say, even though some progress has been made, perpetrators are still exploiting gaps in the law to commit crimes. But surely, Kwani, do we have any laws that permit lynching?
Say this in certain situations, then a lynch is not prohibited.
I mean, what is this?
Yep, interesting one there.
Those people who lynch others, you've taken the law into your own hands. Already you've committed a crime. Because that person that you're accusing, unfortunately for you, they are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
Yes.
Unfortunately. Yes. And you are not a court of law. You and your 3 best buddies or 10 or whatever the number, you are not a court of law. So the gap in the laws, I'll read that story and find out what is that they're actually talking about.
Is there anything like really weak laws?
No.
Exactly.
What is
it's just failure to respect the rule of law, because...
Or failure in enforcement.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So it's nothing really like weak laws, because, okay, fine, you have strong laws, but if you fail in implementation, I mean, it's the same thing. So it's weak implementation of the law.
They're talking about protection for the elderly people. You know, the laws we have are protective, actually.
Yes.
Now, when people seek to break the law, that's all they're doing. They're seeking to break the law. If those who have sought to lynch elderly people for whatever reason, if they're not brought to book, and they do not see that, they don't understand that what they're doing is criminal in nature, then of course you'll talk about the weakness of the law, but it's the weakness of the enforcement.
Absolutely. It's enforcement that's weak here. The law, I hate to say it, but the law in most cases is clear in terms of what you cannot do.
Yes.
So the enforcement of the same is what brings an issue.
Exactly.
Right?
Women dare to dream, turn aloe vera into a thriving enterprise. Story on page 9 about women who determined to make sure that they benefit from the aloe vera plant. Well, by the way, the aloe vera has been touted as a multi-purpose commodity, able to do very many things, from this to that, moving from A to B, and from 1 to 10.
Yes.
super ingredient.
Super. That yes, can give you a smooth skin, can make your hair grow. Another hair grow bit that I've just added.
No, but it's true.
It can make your hair grow.
Absolutely.
What do you mean?
It fosters the environment for hair growth.
Aloe vera.
Yes.
Now combine it with avocado oil. Proper.
Okay, so now.
Goodness gracious me.
Yeah, then add some few cardamoms and.
Cadahu?
Cardamoms.
Cardamoms are what
exactly?
Cardamoms are?
Okay.
I've heard them.
Spice.
It's a spice.
A spice.
Yeah.
What does it do?
It adds flavor to teas.
Yeah.
Tea.
And and juices and drinks and food actually.
So tea on its own is not good enough.
It's good, but you can zhuzh it up a little bit.
Spruce it up. Just a little bit.
You can spruce it.
Yes. And zhuzh it.
Bang in the middle of the paper, shake up phase 2. Parastatal's envoys next target in Ruto Raila deal. That's what we have in the Star and in the Business Daily. Yes.
Okie doke. Well, that's what it looks like. How about we take a quick look at what's happening with traffic and then we come back and look at these stories in details. Voila. Okay, perfect. Let's do it. And take a look at what's happening on the roads, and then at 29 to 7, come back and look at stories in detail. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
We're looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs later of 26 and then into lows of lows of 17. Looking into Nakuru, it's a clear morning at 14 with highs of 26, and it's 15 and partly sunny into Nyeri with clear conditions at 14 in Eldoret. Mombasa will be sunny at 26, and at 26 it's sunny in Malindi already. 19 and clear into Kisumu with highs of 27 with highs of 26 in a mostly clear Kakamega. Kampala is cloudy at 19, while Dar es Salaam at 24 is sunny. Mostly clear at 16 into Johannesburg with sunny conditions at 28 in Mogadishu and sunny conditions at 15 in Addis Ababa. Clear in Lagos at 28 with mostly cloudy conditions at 25 in Kinshasa. 19 and cloudy into Beijing with 5 degrees and partly cloudy conditions in Paris, and it's 5 and cloudy in London. Monday night in New York is 6, and we'll see highs of 6 and lows of 4.
87.9 Spice FM, Mombasa.
All right, let's take a look at how the build-up has begun. A little bit of that on the Thika Superhighway as you come through towards Survey and then towards the Pangani Underpass. Before that, there is some traffic starting to build up coming in from Githurai. Northern Bypass giving traffic through towards Kiambu Road, not doing too badly. That's moving, at least for now. So everywhere you look, really, traffic is really moving smoothly. We've not gotten to any bumper-to-bumper status anywhere just yet. But we're seeing the beginnings of traffic starting on the Eastern Bypass, and also in and outbound traffic on Outer Ring. It's going to do the thing this morning. So we can keep an eye on all of this and let you know how things move. You let us know as well what's happening in your neck of the woods as we keep things moving. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Apply for the I&M Bank World Credit MasterCard on the I&M Bank on the Go app. Swipe, earn and live your best life. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, at 26 minutes to 7 o'clock, some of these stories, we will look at this Gachagua story in terms of what was said. So we do know that he did have a number of hours with Jesse Rogers yesterday. And former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has accused President William Ruto of using the presidency to advance his private, commercial and financial interests. So the presidency is just the way, it means to an end for you. In a tell-all interview with KTN News Monday evening, Gachagua also accused his former boss, whom he branded the high priest of corruption and chief procurement officer, of coercing state officials to do his bidding. Gachagua claims rhyme with former Public Service Cabinet Secretary, who last week sensationally accused the president of masterminding corrupt government dealings. Yesterday, Gachagua claimed corrupt deals were the reason Ruto fell out with his first Attorney General. The health bills were part of his first point of departure with Justin Muturi. When he refused to approve 4 bills during his tenure as Attorney General, his business interest, Ruto's, was about 104 billion, which was meant for the agency system. The NHIF had indicated that it would use 800 million shillings only for the upgrade, but Ruto was opposed to the plan. These are all things being said by Gachagua. Gachagua also refuted claims that he demanded 10 billion from the president, dismissing the allegation as a desperate attempt to justify his impeachment to the Mount Kenya region. Ruto has on many occasions taken responsibility for my removal from office, and this was seconded by National Assembly Deputy Speaker Gladys Bosch-Chalet when she admitted that she followed Ruto's directions during my impeachment motion. He described Ruto's 10 billion shilling claim as old-fashioned smear tactics, and he said the president had used on others he had fallen out with, including former President Uhuru Kenyatta. When he differed with Uhuru, he presented him as a drunkard, incompetent, and a leader unable to govern the country, making people believe that it was he who was at the steering wheel. He's now waging a propaganda campaign against me in a futile attempt to incite people against me. He went on to question why Ruto, while visiting the Mount Kenya region, never labelled him as tribal, retrogressive and divisive, as he did in regions like Nyanza, Northeastern and Western. He also went on to ask, if I were to ask for money, I would probably have asked for it during the formative stages of this administration, as it is a public secret that I funded his campaigns, and that is why he placed me as his running mate. So he also addressed Ruto's claim about fighting junior leaders such as his personal assistant Farouk Kibet, Ichungwa and Itumbi. Gachagua said he refused to be controlled by Farouk, who he accused of issuing instructions to cabinet secretaries and top officials. Gachagua also went on to say people were paid to attend Ruto's meetings, but he should not confuse the huge crowds for support. The region hates betrayal and left him a long time ago. He went on and on and on and said a number of other things and talked about how, Ruto had plans with the leaders coming in from Kosovo. He talks about how Ruto has interests in DR Congo with M23. He talks about Ruto being the real leader of RSF and talks about gold deposits in Congo. I mean,
He went in.
He went in and he went for the jugular. These are all allegations, but he seemed unafraid to mention them.
Yeah, he actually even said that he had recordings to prove his matter, but only that he can't share it right now because the person involved is still serving in the public service. But even as we talk about it, there is that aspect of how Ruto went into Mount Kenya and talking smack about former President Uhuru Kenyatta. But at that particular point, they were campaigning together, and he was Uhuru Kenyatta's PA at that point. Shouldn't he have been the first person to tell Ruto, oi, the person you're talking about is the person I served with us, his PA. Right now he's saying that Ruto went to Mount Kenya and labelled Uhuru as the bad person, yet you were next to him. How does that make you look?
Exactly. No, for me, the eternal question remains that all of these things which we are seeing, which are terrible, you didn't find out about them, yesterday. You knew about them, and the only reason you know about them is because you were sitting right there. So one must ask the question, when you were in, were they all right? Were you uncomfortable with the status quo? And why do we hear this disdain or uncomfortability only after you are out? I have an issue with that. That if it is wrong now, then it was wrong then. And why didn't we hear anything about it before? Why are we hearing about it now?
I think even as we talk about that, we talk about individuals who serve in the public service, and there is public service commission where one can go to seek redress. I mean, these are issues that he would have done even as deputy president then, just so that as much as there's leader of government, but at least show some movement with regard to trying to make things right. I mean, as much as fine, it's information that you're giving us right now, and we appreciate it, but I think it would have been better to handle it when you were inside, when things were hot, when you had the power and control. I mean,
I refuse to discuss this.
We know what you think, Sisi.
I completely refuse to discuss it because we have to discuss something else, for heaven's sake. This mudslinging where somebody picks and says this, somebody says this. What? If there are all these things, go to court, okay? Because essentially what is being imputed here is wrongdoing, bordering, if not smack in the middle of criminality. Take the matter to court.
Yeah.
But this thing of bringing all these matters to the court of public opinion, I'm not participating in it. I am definitely not participating in it. I'm looking at this story in the Star. On page 9, women dare to dream, turn aloe vera into thriving enterprise. The group in Laikipia has added value on plant to produce soap, lotion, and shampoo. In the heart of Laikipia County, a group of 25 women from Mitiriria village are turning aloe vera plant into a source of income and hope. The Nabulu Mukuri women group is not just growing aloe vera, they are growing a sustainable future for their families and communities. Since its formation in 2019, the group has embraced sustainable farming practices to turn aloe vera into a thriving source of livelihood, creating a ripple effect of empowerment across the village. What started as a small project focused on kitchen gardening and crafting aloe vera-based cosmetics like lotions, shampoos, and soaps has blossomed into a vibrant, self-sustaining enterprise. The group's chairman, Caroline Lebeau, said they began with a single goal: to empower women in the community. Women are the providers for their families, and we started with contributing 500 shillings each from members. After 6 months, to give it back to members. Later, we joined Laikipia Permaculture, where we learned about kitchen gardening. The group took an exciting turn when they were introduced to Pelham Kenya, a partnership that provides invaluable training in agroecology, including how to make fertilizer, practice intercropping, and develop sustainable farming methods. These trainings brought huge changes in our farming practices. We learned how to add value to the aloe vera that grows naturally in our area. We now produce various byproducts like soap, lotions, shampoos, and become an expert at making soaps. Now, is this not a heartwarming story?
It is fantastic. It is great. I think that a significant percentage of the aloe vera that's used on the world stage actually comes from this continent.
True.
We see the same thing with shea butter. We see the same thing with
rubber.
Yes, and something else. Good Lord, I've forgotten what it is. But yeah, so I would say that these are some things that we should actually pay attention to. And we often sell ourselves short, but here is an example of something that actually works. In fact, it grows all over the place, and we don't even take notice of it. You could have aloe vera farms that essentially could feed the world. Feed, when I say feed, I mean like in terms of the need.
Yeah.
You know, we have so much that we just don't take advantage of. We don't do the due diligence to make sure that look at what happened with the California gold rush in the 40s in the US. These people took advantage of every single dot, and they put it back into. And look, I just even look at what Indonesia does with palm for its oil. We have it. We just don't. Look at what Ghana could do with its cocoa. Again, Ghana and Uganda could do with their shea butter. Even Nigeria with the nut trees, because it comes from a tree. What we could do with oil. What Kenya could do with cotton and molasses. I mean, we don't need to go far to look for the solution. Absolutely.
Every vehicle needs that rubber.
We managed somehow to cock up the copper coming out of Zambia. We just not able to. Why?
You know, the thing that makes a community grow, we're talking about in the 90s, IMF and their Bretton Woods cousins had determined that we as a country were going to collapse. Because according to their statistics and their data and the yardsticks that they have regarding development, economics, growth, etc., we were simply not meeting the master. This was the time of the time of President Moi's rule. Unfortunately for them, when they measured our growth and they measured the situation that we found ourselves economically, they didn't cater for something which they called the hidden economy. What we call the Juakali industry, which we nowadays call SMEs.
Yes.
Because that was the engine. In that period of time, there was something that the government came up with. It was called a golden handshake. And people in their 40s, you could argue in their prime of their lives, were allowed to take money to retire. This was World Bank trying to help us and IMF trying to help us to reduce the workforce and to limit expenditure of government. And many people did. Now, what then happened to the informal sector? People who actually had knowledge and training and education got into the informal sector. So it transformed the informal sector because these are people who are coming in with a lot more knowledge and experience than people who previously had been in that sector. Now, that informal sector is what we're talking about now. And a lot of what we refer to as the informal sector has become formal. It's formal in the sense that it's where people go to when they want solutions to problems that they have. It is homegrown. What we call a kibanda or a kiosk. It is a business. It serves a purpose. If it didn't, they would have all died by now. Okay? Look at the concept of the mkokoteni. Okay? Taking, that is transportation, human-driven, it works. It hasn't died because there is a need for it.
Yes.
So when you look at what drives a country like Kenya, you have to ask, what is it that should be the focus? The ideas that the government, this particular government, has come up with having a development project that is created within an ecosystem of what they call a market. The idea in itself is good, but it has to have a supporting structure of institutions that will help finance, that will guide people as to how it is they should move along the line, and then graduate it to a different level where now when you're big enough, you go to that other institution where now you can actually grow. But in the absence of that, now, you know, I say this, historically, we had them.
Yes.
There's Kenya Industrial Estates.
Absolutely.
ICDC.
That's what they did. Okay? And Kenya Industrial Estates actually had places you could go to. You could set up your business within their compound. All I'm saying is, this story of the aloe vera simply tells you of the enterprising nature of the citizens of this country that just requires that structure of support.
Just a little bit of oomph.
That's just it. And that brings us now to the issue of where our money goes.
When you talk about the story of aloe vera and the need of having structures in there, you look at President Moi's time and now Kibaki getting in and also just putting in structures to ensure that all these businesses then get to give taxes and the taxes that will get to boost the economy. What has failed now is how do we now take that to the next level? Because there is a feeling as though the factories that we had, talk about the river takes, the Kikomis and whatnot, all went down. You know, if you come to Eldoret, we had through the industrial estates, we had companies within complexes that used to work. You know, talk about the Kenits of that time in Eldoret, and all those just went down.
Go to the coast.
Yes.
The cashew nut factory. Same thing. Meaning you are looking at products that were locally produced, and then you provide an infrastructure that can give the value add.
Yes.
Now these things died, and they didn't need to have died.
Yeah.
Okay. Fish processing plants in places where they were needed.
Kaluaks.
And the story goes on because these things died over time simply because they lacked the support that was necessary.
Yes. Perhaps I think we have our own solutions, just need to look back and improve on what it is we had, because these structures, we had them.
You know the thing that I'm actually saying, despite the economic hardships that we have, which are severe, it is the reason why Kenyans are surviving. Because they keep finding innovating ways of surviving. Yes. And this one is despite and in spite of the government.
Despite and in spite of you.
Yes, exactly.
They will make it happen because people have realized, sure, you have a role to play in terms of making the conducive environment work, or making the environment conducive. But then I've realized I've been sitting down, I'm waiting, I'm looking at you, it's not happening, am I going to perish? No. I have to find a way to make this thing work. And then now, if you want to come along, come along. And I keep going back to like Kitengela, just here, don't throw away. Yeah. And they had no sanitation system, nothing. And this is a dormitory area of Nairobi. It is in Kajiado County, we understand, but it's in the is it where Nairobi Metropolitan Area, NMA.
NMA.
And they said, you know what? The residents said, are we going to continue like this with stench every night, every day? Our children are playing. 40 million shillings, they came together, put the money together and said, let's set up something at least. So we'll wait for you. If you're not going to do it, we can start and then you can come and join us along the way. This aloe vera story is very, very, very encouraging. Yeah. And I think that more communities need to go along with it.
Yeah, I agree. So as we talk about that, there is a story here that has been done by Stephen Otieno. Maraga, Kenyans need real change. So now, former Chief Justice David Maraga has said that the cabinet reshuffle shortly after the Gen Z protest last year did not yield the change desired by Kenyans, but was simply a sham, with familiar political figures being recycled, handed crucial positions. Now, he said this yesterday during the launch of Kenya's Ideas Festival 2025 in Nairobi, where stakeholders in the civil rights spaces, the youth and multinational organizations met to discuss ways of pushing Kenyans' call for justice and equity forward. Now, people's voices, the withdrawal of the bill, according to Maraga, following the youth agitation, was a powerful demonstration of citizen influence and participatory democracy in action, that for the first time in recent history, the government was compelled to listen to its people's voices in a meaningful way. Now, pretty much the former CJ says, as much as there was need for change for Kenyans, nothing much seems to be moving, because we just went back to where we were. Despite Kenyans calling for a change in the entire government structure, it seems as though the political class just does not want that change in this country.
They want to do what they want to do.
They want to do what it is they want to do. They want to maintain the status quo as things have been all through. Yep.
Well, okay, so there's a story about the drama festival. It's around that time of year where this is happening. But I want to talk about, we know that certain individuals are being vetted before Parliament. And Nakhumicha says, I'm clean on the 3.5 billion shilling mosquito net supply scandal. Of course, she comes in and she's a nominee for the permanent representative at UN Habitat. Having been, nominated, of course, by the president. And she said, that had nothing, it wasn't me, essentially, is what she was saying. And also, we look at Tum, who is a former medical services principal secretary, who has been nominated for Kenya's ambassador to the Democratic Republic of Congo. So they both face tough questions from the National Assembly Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, struggling to convince the committee that they had not were not implicated in the scandal. Remember, at the time, she was the CS and he was the PS. She says, I was implementing an executive order in which mosquito nets fell under the malaria department, which comes under public health. I would like to state that the president took disciplinary action against those involved in the scandal. Koech, of course, who is the chair of that committee, also asked Nakhumicha if then Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua had influenced the tendering process for the mosquito nets. It was interesting that came into the conversation. Hey, don't leave it out when you can. So, of course, she was saying, you know what, I didn't have anything to do with this and you should be able to let me go. Other people then were looked into, and of course, the net worth of these individuals has come under tight scrutiny. Abdi Dubat Fidel, who is a nominee for Consul General Arusha, Tanzania, talks about being worth 185 million. Susan Nakhumicha herself says 140 million. Former Nyeri DG Carol Karogo is a nominee for the PS East African Community, worth 286 million. James Mohati is a nominee for the Consul General in Guangzhou in China, worth 139 million. Peter Tum, Democratic Republic of Congo Ambassador nominee, 314 million. And Judith Pareno, PS Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs nominee, worth 160 million. These questions, of course, were asked so that, if you're going to be clear about what it is your net worth actually is. So many people have called the nomination exercise and as well as the vetting process kind of like, just window dressing, but it needs to happen because, it's according to the law. So let's see what happens. It's likely that all of these individuals who then have been nominated will then be given a clean bill of health by Parliament and they will assume their duties.
Yeah, that exercise. A lot of people are actually having an issue with that exercise because they're just saying this is just to rubber stamp what it is the executive want. There is nothing much going in terms of digging deep and finding solutions. And perhaps even some people do not deserve to be there in the first place. So just wait and see how that will go. Yeah, so we have this story. Detectives hand Wanjiru murder report to the DPP. Now, police have wrapped up investigations into the 2012 killing of a Kenyan woman by British troops in Nanyuki and forwarded their findings to the Director of Public Prosecutions for review and action. DPP Renson Igonga yesterday confirmed receipt of the report on the murder of Agnes Wanjiru from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, saying it was pending legal advice. The DPP has constituted a team of senior prosecutors to conduct a comprehensive review of the file, reads the statement in which Mr. Ngonga acknowledges the significant time that has elapsed in the matter. This, as well as the UK minister was in the country and met with the family actually over the same and promised to ensure that the President, William Ruto, when they will be meeting, I think today, will push that matter to ensure that justice is served. Yeah, because it has taken long.
Remember the story we read earlier on where weak laws finding lynching of elderly?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, on page 3 of the same paper, 30 years for brute who led mob that killed a cop. This was in Bondo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Police officers went to arrest someone who had brought a problem. Somebody led a mob and they threw stones at the cops. The cops took off. Later in the evening, one particular police officer by the name of Nalianya decided to go home. His colleague said, no, stay. That mob is still angry. He went. He got a lift from a car. The mob stopped the car and he was lynched.
Oh, no.
Now, the person who led the mob is a gentleman by the name of Obonyo. He has been jailed for 30 years. He appealed. The Court of Appeal said they upheld whatever it is that had been said in the lower court. So there
Still
is
30 years.
Yes. My point. The law exists and the law works. Yes. And when it comes to elderly people, my friend, our laws do protect elderly people.
It does.
It's something called the Bill of Rights.
Yes.
Yes.
The enforcement of the same, again, going back, if it's actually enforced, that's how you can actually see that the law is working.
Yeah. I fail to accept that there is anything called weak law. We only have weak or no implementation of the law.
Absolutely so. Absolutely so.
So there were 5 chiefs. They were abducted right around the time that the president was making his tour of Northeastern. Now, they've been released. 5 chiefs taken by Shabab released, Murkomen says. The 5 chiefs that were abducted by suspected Al-Shabaab militants in Mandera have been released after more than 60 days in captivity inside Somalia, the government has announced. Interior and National Coordination Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen yesterday said the administrators were in the hands of Kenyan authorities. The 5, Mohammed Dawa, Mohammed Hassan, Abdi Hassan, Mohammed Nur Hache and Ibrahim Gabao were held separately within the Jilib area in Somalia, according to early reports shared by a group of elders from Kenya that had been in Somalia for 2 months. Jilib is a town under the rule of Al-Shabaab militants and is about 400 kilometers from Mandera. The process of reuniting them with their families, according to Murkomen, was ongoing. He says, we have good news that our chiefs who were abducted in Mandera have been released and they are now in the hands of Kenyan officials. He also went to confirm the release of the 5 chiefs. He also went on to say that as a government, they decided to work together with the community and county governments of Mandera, and the processes have borne fruit. But when reached by the nation, Mandera County Commissioner Henry Ochako appeared to skirt around the issue, insisting that he could neither confirm nor deny the chief's release. Yeah, okay, well, I guess we will know sooner or later if they've actually been released or not.
So if the CS was working with the county government, then why isn't the county government willing to speak, or the only person supposed to speak on the matter is the CS.
Yeah, maybe sasa juu mkubwa ameshaongea. I really don't need to say anything, Abby.
Anyway, time will tell, because we hope that they get reunited with the families. So,
very true. All right, we're getting around to 7 o'clock, and at 7 o'clock, Riziki Dunstan will join us, and we'll be looking at, the way that these political temperatures are rising. Are some groups actually being targeted? And we'll have that conversation with him at 7 in just a while. And actually, yes, just like you said, that they have been released. If they were kidnapped or abducted and they've been released to their families, that's a good thing. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. 4 individuals are nursing serious injuries at Kacheliba Sub-County Hospital in West Pokot County after they were attacked by a leopard in Chelokotetuo, Riwa Ward. The victims, who were rushed to the hospital last evening, sustained deep wounds and were bleeding heavily. Residents have called on Kenya Wildlife Service to assist them in dealing with wild animals in order to avoid such cases in the future. 2 people have died while 3 others have sustained injuries following a road accident at Bobaracho along Kisii-Sutik Highway. Kisii County Police Commander Ronald Kirui says that the 7 p.m. accident involved a trailer and Subaru Forester. Elsewhere, an accident involving a canter ferrying cement, a heavy truck trailer and several PSV vehicles has been reported at Matito and A. Police are on the site as the accident has resulted in a traffic snarl-up stretching from Matito to Voi since 3:30 a.m. Police say they're yet to confirm the number of casualties, adding that cement has spilled all over the road. They add that they are trying to control traffic as one lane is moving. 5 chiefs who were kidnapped in Mandera County in February are yet to return home despite being released and handed over to Kenyan government officials. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says that the chiefs are safe and are expected home any time from now. However, anxiety continues to linger among families and residents of Mandera who are eagerly awaiting the return of their loved ones, with celebrations already underway to welcome them. The 5 chiefs were released around 10:40 to 11:12 p.m. on Sunday evening at Wargadud by unknown men.
This is very good news based on collaborative efforts. As I announced before, that as a government we decided to work together with the community and to work with the county government of Mandera and the local community, and this process has borne fruit. We will be commenting further in the near future, once our chiefs are within the country, and we'll give you even more updates on the progress and what we are doing.
And a student has been killed and 3 others wounded in a confrontation between residents and Kenya Forest Service officers over 600 acres of land at Soronso in Saboti, Trans Nzoia County. Musa Cheptot, a Form 3 student, was among a group of residents planting maize on the disputed land when he was shot on the head by KFS officers. Stella Tengang, Chepiot's mother, said she had sent her son to plant maize on the farm when he met his untimely death. Now, finally, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has dismissed claims by President William Ruto that he was constantly instigating unnecessary disputes between government officials, forcing the president to deal with petty cases. In an exclusive interview with KTN, Gachagua has accused Farouk Kibet, a close aide of the president, of exerting undue influence within the administration. Gachagua has described Farouk as Ruto's co-president who abuses civil servants and even demands money to allow anyone to meet the president.
The president said that I'm fighting with small people. The answer is that
Farouk Kibet is not a small person.
So you're fighting big people.
Fine. I was not fighting big people.
Yes.
I was telling the president, I'm elected. I'm not going to take instructions from your personal assistant. And I'm not going to allow him to push corruption in my office. If you want him to practice corruption in your office, you can go ahead.
Gachagua has also raised allegations that he recorded a conversation about a 2 billion shillings offer made to him by Ruto to resign before the plan to sack him.
He told the officer I should go and have a discussion with him. And I refused to go to State House. He suggested I go to his hotel, the Western Hotel. I refused. And we met somewhere along State House Road in one of the safe houses run by the National Intelligence Service. And between me, that officer, and myself, we had a discussion with the president. Again, I recorded that conversation for posterity. Because I know William Ruto, I put it on record. That officer is an innocent man. He's an emissary of the president. He is in service. If I expose him now, he will lose his job.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads now as we get closer to traffic hour this Tuesday morning. And there it is, already building up on the Thika Superhighway as you come through towards the Outer Ring Junction. And this is coming in from Garden City. There is traffic also building in coming from Githurai, but not at bumper to bumper just yet. We're going towards Muranga Road with some traffic and coming off of the Kiambu Road with some traffic as well, trying to get through towards Muthaiga Square. It's starting to build on Limuru Road, but you're okay on Waiaki Way, at least for now, as you get towards Chiromo. There is some traffic also building on Ngong Road, and it'll take you through to the city slowly, but you'll get there. The Eastern Bypass is what's looking, more than anything right now with bumper to bumper as you get towards North Airport Road and then through towards the Cabanas interchange. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you at 7 minutes after 7 on this 8th day of April into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And we will have a number of conversations today. And as we get into them, we'll let you know what that is for this hour just shortly. But CT, you've been walking around with magic in your pocket.
Well, it's actually simple magic that is easy to understand and even more importantly, easy to consume. I&M Bank have the following to say. They have a card that they even have a name for. It's called the World Credit MasterCard. Now, this card does very many things. It can help you shop. It can help you pay for fuel. It can help you buy air tickets if you wish to fly. But the clincher with this card is every time you use it, you get points. Now, these points are called Milele points. Milele means it goes on and on and on.
And on and on and.
Now, when you accumulate those points, and by the way, these points, 1 point is equal to 1 shilling. 1 Milele point equals 1 shilling. What then is, the points can then be used to do the same thing you did with the card before. You can shop, you can pay for fuel, you can buy an air ticket, etc., etc. Now, to be able to get this card, you need to go to I&M On The Go platform. I&M On The Go platform.
It's an app, right?
Yes, it is an app.
Okay.
You go to it, you will be able to register. Now, if you happen to be the 20th individual to register, you then stand a chance of winning 50,000 Milele points. I'm repeating, 50,000 Milele points, which is the equivalent of 50,000 Kenya shillings.
I like that you come bearing gifts and good ones in the morning This is
Yes.
great. And you'll tell us about them again and again and on and on. And you see, the thing is,
I will tell it to you, Milele. Na Milele.
even better. All right. There are many things happening in the country at the moment, politically, of course, and folks are realigning, and others are spewing, and others are bombshelling, and etc., etc. And to help us have a conversation around these rising political temperatures and looking at whether certain groups are being targeted is Riziki Dunstan, who is a lawyer and the vice chairman of the National Reconstruction Alliance Party, and he's in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. Riziki, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you very much.
Some conversations we will have this morning bordering on hot as well. So I guess you're in the right place. As we do in the Situation Room, we would like to welcome you to today's conversation with today's proverb. CT goes around the African continent every week. He comes back from a different country with a basket full of proverbs. He's going to share that with you, and we'd like you to interpret that for us and tell us what you think about it. Is that all right?
That's okay.
Okay.
Our proverbs come from the Republic of Zimbabwe. God is good, but this proverb, I actually like it. I have said it before, not today, but in a previous time last year. So I'm repeating it again because I like it. God is good, but never dance with a lion.
Nice. The interpretation of that is that anytime you have to take care, apart from God doing his best to take care of you and being good to you, being omnipresent and omniscient, then you also have to do your best by not, dancing with a lion and taking care of yourself as a person. You have to give your best, do whatever you ought to do to protect yourself from the evil ones. As a believer, I will say that. Yes.
True. It's like saying, God is going to take, God's got me, and then I walk into the street where there's a bus coming.
The foundation of that is amongst the Mashonas, the lion is the greatest animal. The Shonaland, the people from Mashona, the lion is the greatest animal. Thus, anytime you have to meet a lion, then you have to do your best to protect yourself from the lion. And that is giving that African foundation. That is the basis of such a proverb. And
as you've done your homework, because he's right. When you talk about the communities in Zimbabwe, the Shona form the largest. They are the bigger population. The Dembele are a smaller group, yes. The history between these two communities is not pleasant. And it has been there for the longest time, but that is absolutely true.
Thank you.
Fantastic. 1,000,000 points. Do with them as you wish.
Thank you very much.
Riziki, so many things are happening in the country at the moment, and just trying to peel back and take a step back and say, okay, where then do we find the sweet spot in terms of what would essentially be done for Kenyans? But let's take a look. There are rising political temperatures. I mean, normally you would see something like this closer to an election. But we're far off from the election in terms of days and months. Still 2 years to go. 2 years and a few months to go. But you would think that an election was going to take place tomorrow. Whether we have tours of regions and that those haven't come to an end, or whether we're going into the spot where people are doing tell-alls about all the rot that they see when they were on the in and now that they're on the out, now that we suddenly hear all of these things. And then we even see that folks who've been aligned to one political, individual then have their things like their security having been revoked and then having to go make, statements at the DCI, and it goes on and on and on. It's a cauldron. It's boiling. Where are we at the moment from your point of view?
I think the first point of view is that the president or the current regime underestimated the stature and the acumen of one former deputy president in terms of his political prowess and his ability, the gift of the gab, to be able to really counter some of the accusations leveled against him. Two, the other aspect that probably we can really point our eyes to is the aspect that anytime you are mid-term of an electoral cycle, that is 3 years or 2.5 years past the voting date, then the voters are at liberty to really gauge your prowess in terms of service delivery, in terms of delivery of promises. And that is where William Ruto finds himself at. Therefore, it will be fool's paradise to really expect that the masses will not be able to judge you. Therefore, at this moment in time, we are looking at a situation whereby the rising political temperatures are embedded on two things. The underestimation of the political acumen of one Rigathi Gachagua and the miscalculations, both locally and internationally, in terms of the diplomatic gaffes that the president has made, in terms of the political miscalculations the president has made, in terms of, the promises that have not been met. Therefore, all this boils to one thing, that anytime you are not able to deliver on a particular things, on a particular promises, then the temperatures really rise. The temperatures rise because the people are not able to see the results. That being the backdrop of our discourse this morning, you look at the formation and the caliber of the political stature of William Ruto. Prior to 2022, he engaged in active politics, or he campaigned all through the second term of President Uhuru Kenyatta. And I see that being the case because he has not been able to transform into a president or the stage of a president, and he is actively engaged in day-to-day politics. So I think he needs to have a moment of reflection and probably come back to the office, sit down as a president, and let the political machinations take care of themselves. But as it is right now, with development tours, with the spews and the backlashes with the opponents, it makes him rather an ineffective president. Therefore, the best we can do at the moment is the president to leave out politics, sit out and really serve from the peripheral view, and then he'll be able to see the mistakes. A number of things are done, and the conversations or the replies on top of vehicles are basically not worth it for a president, are not presidential in nature. Therefore, it will be time, and it's appropriate time probably, for him to be able to come back to the office, serve from the office, and not engage in public spat, because the caliber and probably the underestimation, the caliber of the former deputy president, anytime he engages in a spat with him, he gets into a pig's fight. And in this case, you'll see anytime they're exchanging, then it is the president that loses. At this moment, he's not losing only to the political base, but is putting the country's diplomatic, standing at disarray.
How so?
Because
how is he doing that?
The accusations about Sudan and the involvement of our president and all these allegations not really augur well at our diplomatic space. You get it really disadvantages in the region.
The allegations, one could argue that they're mere allegations.
Exactly,
Why would
coming
the
from a
diplomatic
person
space from
coming from a person who was his deputy, then. And also the deputy is inviting the international community to come and really give attention to that. It really gives or leaves more to say. It is wise and it is most strategic that probably don't engage him, don't engage in spats with him, leave him alone.
Because he could open his mouth and say what could be true?
Exactly, because you have to protect our diplomatic standing as a country, because at times it is not about the individual fights that are really costing us. But you see, their fights, their political fights and exchanges are now costing the entire nation diplomatically. We are seeing our standing today with the country, the nation of Serbia is not so good. We are seeing because of the same kind of things. So I will really urge the president and the people around him to really avoid a spat with him, because it is time that probably we had to think that politics is not about individuals.
How do we see the deterioration of this so fast? He said these things yesterday. Do we see that in less than 12 hours, the deterioration of diplomatic relations between Kenya and Serbia?
No. Actually,
or would we see the deterioration of diplomatic relations between Kenya and Sudan, or Kenya and South Sudan as a result, or Kenya and the Democratic Republic of Congo? Do we see that as a result of what Rigathi Gachagua said last night? Or do we see that in the future there could be a frosty relation?
At the moment, you're already in a situation where we have a forced relationship with Serbia, we have a forced relationship with Sudan, we have a forced relationship with DRC Congo, we have a forced relationship with most of our neighbors, because probably of the approach the president has given to a number of issues. And coming from actually the Russian roulette we are playing here with is that now we have a former deputy president who is coming out and now giving it out there that, by the way, our president is wrong. You see, this lends credence to it. And probably going forward, it is time to really reevaluate where we stand as a country, where we reevaluate our diplomatic standing, and probably our future engagements. Because as it is, then RSF and Sudan and RSF, they are going to, put accusations. Remember, already you have a warrant of arrest against the RFF commanders.
Mhm.
So you can imagine, at this moment in time, we already have our president probably as an interested party in the Sudan wars. I think it is the least we can go as a country, because we are known as the haven of peace, the citadel of peace within the region. Now we are now seen as the catalyst of war within the region. We are seen as the enablers of disruptions within our region, which I think is the worst we can do as a country. And probably all along, we look at the times of Kenyatta, Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, all along, we've been seen as a country that really, the center of peace, the haven of, stability within the region. But now, coming from a deputy president, we're being accused of, heinous acts that are unimaginable for, a country like Kenya, for that matter.
I mean, as the political temperatures continue to rise in the country, I mean, it's coming from a point where we have both sides who are aggrieved, who are just pissed off at each other pretty much. And if you look at the former deputy president speaking yesterday, he was speaking from a point of responding to what had been said against him by the president. But even while we are at it, you find that recently when the former deputy president was going to a meeting, his meeting was interfered with, and that is also another meeting that happened a while back as well. You look at security forces not doing anything about that, and there is a feeling as though it is intentional that those who oppose the government will find the shorthand of the stick, yet they equally are supposed to be taken care by the government. Is that the case? Is there a feeling that when you oppose the government, you get the shorthand of the stick?
I think that what we experienced probably the recent attacks against the former deputy president and his lieutenants, it is uncalled for, unimaginable that during this century and during this time and era, that we still have those barbaric acts of attacking opponents. Politics is about divergence of opinion, divergence of ideas, and whichever side of the divide you belong, you ought not to be attacked. The major aspect that we are really, really against is the aspect of the Inspector General of Police not taking responsibility. We've not seen arrests being done both in Limuru. We've not seen arrests being done now in Kasarani. We've not seen arrests done in Naivasha. Looking at it, it sends a very wrong picture to our country. That are we a country governed by institutions? Are our institutions, most of the security operators, operational, or are they dead for that matter? And those responsible. We've seen even the Inspector General of Police attend rallies. It is unimaginable that this age and era, coming from a time when the CDF was addressing a public, lecture, and in that lecture giving political warnings. We've never been here as a country. All along from the times of Kenyatta, all the CDFs that ever sat or ever were in power, there was no time that a CDF addressed any kind of meeting and gave extremely, polarized political statements. Going forward,
are you suggesting that what the CDF did was something negative?
Whatever CDF did, looking at Article 10 of the Constitution, really encourages public participation and all that, and accountability of the various institutions that are in power, and security apparatus being one of those institutions. Reading Article 232 of the Constitution, public officers ought to act with highest form of professional ethics in whatever position they hold, and that is not the case. His participation and his address to such kind of fora is in order, but the content or the ideas that he exposed within that fora is the issue. When you now go and take sides politically or appear to be taking sides.
What did he do or say that indicated he took sides?
When you talk about a particular statement against a particular person, that, for example, you come out clearly and say that Ruto must go, for example, in a political discourse, that it is a statement that can land you into bad.
So, according to you, that is what he said. That he was saying that if somebody says Ruto must go, it will land them into trouble.
Exactly, which is
that is not what he said. No, it's what's popular being touted as what he said. There have been many articles written about this very lecture, which was targeted as talking about the changing landscape of Kenyan intelligence and security. So the CDF was not the only person at that lecture. The lecture was given by the Director General of NIS. We had the AG, we had the President of the Law Society also giving yes. And the truth of the matter is this. Everything that has been said has completely removed what was said contextually, including what you've just said.
Actually, the CDF was responding.
No, he was giving an example of what people say.
Yes.
And he was talking about the rights that people have. And he was talking about their role as the military and what they do in terms of ensuring stability in the country and what the Constitution requires of them. And he said that those who are saying Ruto must go, indeed, if that's what they feel, they must do so constitutionally. That's what he said. He did not say you shouldn't say. No, he did not. He said there is a constitution. What they do is constitutional. And everyone who is a citizen must also abide by the Constitution.
Contextualizing the statement that if you want to say Ruto must go, you have to do it constitutionally, right?
No. If you want, not if you want to say, no. If you want Ruto to go, that's what he said. You must do so constitutionally. Not what you say. You can say it. He said you can say it actually. But if you want him to go, there's a constitution, follow it. That is what he said.
Okay, so then are we looking at a situation where we're in a place where politically there can be something that would be done to douse these fires? And one would argue that, okay, fine, let everybody go for it. Do what you need to do to subdue the other side. Because essentially all of this is hurtling towards an election. That's the end goal.
I think if we let everything go that way, then we'll be heading to a parallel republic, which I think we are not. So the best we can do is have functional institutions, have the IG work, have the DPP work, have all other sectors of government and institutions work independently. And I think with that, with the levels of accusations that have been leveled, for example, by the deputy president and his proteges, probably it's time that probably the government gives its position because of our standing in the Committee of Nations. That being the case, for us to salvage ourselves from that, also the deputy president, the former deputy president, and the president, it's time that probably they also rethink of politics beyond their self-interest, because politics is not about just two individuals or two communities or two nations coming or fighting for either opportunities or resources, but politics is also about the community or the country called Kenya. It is time that probably the president rethinks and really looks at Kenya and really approaches politics not necessarily as a game, but also as a game of interest, but also as a wholesome enterprise for the good of the people who are called Kenyans. That being the case, it is time that probably the president relooks and really rethinks of day-to-day politics, but rather have a different engagement.
Riziki, as we talk about politics in the country right now, I would talk about the government and how it's approaching, but the president how he's approaching politics. But we also realize that if you are an outsider, someone who's opposed the former deputy president, and you're going to his home turf where he's strong, you will equally face opposition. So it is a question of the political class and how they view politics in the country, because either side would be targeted. It just depends from what side it is you're looking at it from. So in terms of both sides playing politics right and making sure that it is by the law, are we looking at a situation where our political class will arise above the politics of deception, of violence, and speak to the heart of the people and pretty much just serve?
I think what we need is what we call a political hygiene. A political hygiene in the sense that the political players, I'm not necessarily looking at those in government and outside government, but all of us are political animals by our very nature. All of us have a responsibility first of all, to hold those in government to account so that within their 5 or 7 or 5 years in power or their stay in power, we get value for their positions in government. Therefore, the aspect of those in government and those outside government should not be there, because it is our government for all of us, and all of us have a stake and responsibility. Looking forward, how best can we be able to cure this and have the ideal political hygiene? The best we can do is those in positions should keep to the rules of the game. The first rule of the game is to deliver to the masses. The second rule of the game is to hold their positions and respect the rule of law. Because anytime we just respect the rule of law as a country,
but to a politician, the rule of the game is to outsmart.
Yeah, and you're assuming that those people that these politicians who are getting into this game are doing it for anything outside of personal interest. Yeah. You assume that their intent is actually to make the country better.
The first thing is the politicians are a reflection of who we are as a country and our common desires as a people. If our common desires are people to see a progressive Kenya beyond today, therefore the first desire is to have the right people in office. That is the first desire. And those elected in office should do exactly that. Assuming they don't do exactly that, then we are lost as a country. Because where we sit right now, we have some of our leaders on our laws in breach. And which is
help me understand this.
Yes.
You see, people whom we invite come here and they say the same thing that you are saying.
Yes.
So it means it's something that people have noticed and they've seen there's a gap.
Yes.
Having the sort of leaders who will actually propagate the interests of those who have elected them. How do you identify such people?
It is easy to identify such people who have either good interest or bad interest.
How?
Through the election process, which is which at this moment is
which election process? The Kenyan election process.
That people go to vote.
Which this as we speak right now, our election process is polarized, and is hijacked is commercialized in a way. So assuming we had a right election process, then we will
our election process is fine.
Not really, because we don't really elect people who hold our best interests. We elect people who come in because of their resources, because of their tribal hegemony, because of
we elect them.
Yes,
we have the choice. We can decide who to elect. And these are the people we elect. The earlier statement you made seems to reinforce this. The leaders we elect are a reflection of us.
People.
Yes, that seems to be the case. So, is this process of going to vote? It's fine. There's, as far as I'm concerned, there's no problem with it. Our problems always arise after we have voted, and then we start tallying the results. And it's not the results, the presidential results. Other results just seem to sail smoothly without any hitch. The presidential results is where we have a
problem.
We always have a hiccup.
Let's take a break. We are having a conversation this morning with Buzuki Dunstan, who is a lawyer and also the vice chairman of the National Reconstruction Alliance Party. And we're asking ourselves the question this morning, with the rising political temperatures that we see, are certain people or places then being targeted? And we're going to come back and look at that. And if so, what then? We're hurtling towards an election probably faster than the calendar itself. And folks already saying certain things, forming alignments, forming groups and saying this is the side that we are on. And I mean, a lot of things coming out that could be damning if proven. We'll come back and continue with this conversation. 28 minutes to 8 o'clock. This biggest conversations back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi today. We will see highs of 26 and at 16, then cloudy into Nakuru and cloudy at 14 into Nyeri. We're looking at also cloudy conditions at some point into clear skies into Eldoret, and Mombasa is sunny at 26 with sunny conditions at 26 in Malindi. We're looking into a sunny Kisumu at 25 and a sunny Kakamega at 23, going to highs of 30. Into Kampala, mostly cloudy at 26, while Dar es Salaam at 27 is sunny as well. Mogadishu at 27, sunny through the day, and we're looking into a sunny Addis Ababa into clear skies at 17. Johannesburg at 17 is clear. Lagos at 28 is cloudy with cloudy conditions at 27 in Kinshasa.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
Somewhat busy coming off the Thika Superhighway this morning. Traffic coming in from that Allsops Junction, and even before that, Githurai out towards the Pangani Underpass. That's pretty busy. Also, some traffic then as you come off of Kiambu Road, coming in heavy from the Northern Bypass, and a number of lanes have been formed as you come through towards Muthaiga Square. Also very busy on Limuru Road, and we're seeing some traffic on Landis coming off of Jago Road. Aerodrome Road is busy. That's coming in from Langata Road going towards the roundabout, and also then passing Bunyala going towards Haile Selassie. It's starting to build on Gong Road. In and outbound traffic doing the thing there. Take a quick look at the Eastern Bypass. Traffic is coming in heavy towards North Airport Road and then towards the Cabanas interchange. We are in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we come out of it, and we'll talk to keep things moving. Spice FM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 25 minutes to 8 o'clock, Riziki Dunstan is a lawyer and the vice chairperson of the National Reconstruction Alliance Party. And even as we look at what's going on, I mean, established a number of things, isn't it? That folks will make alliances, not because they suddenly care that, okay, we need to get this education thing sorted out, or we need to make sure that the roads are happening, and I am the person who's going to push for that if I'm in the National Assembly. No. I don't see a situation whereby people are making these alliances or realigning themselves or streamlining things to do that. It's for political gain. It's for personal expediency. It's not because somebody's had a Damascus moment and said, okay, you know what, let me realign so that I can really come and give a push and make things better for the people of Kenya. I don't see that yet.
Yeah, and that won't happen either, because whatever it is that you've just said has only just increased with the time. And the people who are elected get bolder in their misdeeds. Previously, we understood that a bribe comprised of 10% of whatever it is that you're dealing with. Over time, that has increased. We are informed that people actually want half of what it is that you have indicated as in your invoice. Some even go as far as 70%, depending on the time and space. And it is everywhere. In fact, it is said that the national government is milder and easier to deal with. It's the county governments that are hell on earth. Now, these are people who've been elected. And that is how they behave. And when asked, they say, people keep demanding money. But this is not a chicken and egg situation.
Yeah.
Who started this business of giving people money? Is it the people who demanded the money first, or are they induced into the process of expecting and receiving money?
Okello?
Yes.
First, looking at how our voting and our election patterns are done, we are basically, in a merry-go-round of electing either thieves or corrupt individuals or people who have no principles, no standing on anything. But this is basically also embedded on the fact that we vote based on tribal hegemony. You bring one tribe, we bring one region, put together, having that, maybe bearing the fact that we probably have numbers, then you have the advantage of, having it all. The second thing is our electoral system, is a system that favors the winner. The winner takes all system. In this sense, those ones who are left out of the system feel left out, and they're left out in the sharing of natural resources. This also with the backdrop of the sessional papers that really spearheaded or really put to place our current political systems and our economical systems, other regions feel left out. And this, in one way or another, those elected in office are really trying so hard to either catch up in terms of resource mobilization, in terms of acquisition of resources, in terms of, maybe stealing, I could call it. So the major cause of this kind of system of this kind of product is the desire for capitalism, the desire to acquire resources, the desire to, win by all means. Assuming we came up with a system that does not really favor the winner takes it all, then probably will be a cure to this. Two, as a people, probably it's also time to do a moment of soul searching, because the leaders we elect in office are a reflection of who we are as a people. Therefore, if we as a people elect the corrupt people who reflect us, then we are to blame. Going forward, probably it is time that we sanitize our political process and we as the voters forget about the commercialization of our politics, the people who come in with the stolen money, or the people who come in with a clear-cut agenda to steal so that they can recover and protect their ill-gotten wealth. It is us as a people who have the moral aptitude to be able to really judge and see that this person means well for us as a people, this person has the best agendas for us, and the best we could do as a country is actualize the regulations around election financing.
How do you know if somebody is the right fit? How do you look at somebody and say, okay, yeah, this person...
The level of expenditure that this person puts into the campaign process is a reflection of his intention. For example, you cannot want to be a member of parliament and spend 500 million shillings. It means that, for example, that you intend to recover it in normal case scenario, to recover this money either way. So once elected, and that's why probably it's a time that we really need to call for campaign financing with an objective to really curb those who have maybe ulterior intentions and those who really go into office. Let our institutions function. For example, if we look at the CDF and the counties, are havens of corrupt individuals. An individual who had nothing, who has no idea of even producing anything, even a soap. Today we will see him walking around the village with a big house and a big car. You ask him how he managed to get this. He has no idea. Some of them have even gotten into problems because of having a lot of money that they cannot even account for it. So our systems, they call upon the Auditor General, all the EACC and all the institutions. If they work collaboratively, then we'll have right people in office.
All these people are Kenyans. All these people you're referring to. These fellows who are members of parliament, they were not born members of parliament.
Yes.
No. And the members of parliament we have now are not the members of parliament we had 10 years ago.
That's why I say it is up to us as a people to really sift out and get the best we can.
Actually, no. That we do. We vote people based on our understanding, our disappointments, and just the fatigue. You figure, they won't do anything anyway. So what why don't we just get ours up front, then he can go and do what he likes. We have a political system which is actually, it's like an investment basket.
Yes.
Somebody puts the amount you mentioned, and now looks for ways of recouping
it back. So that's how corruption is now emboldened.
Precisely. So the idea of the interest of the person, you see, the politician takes care of his interest, but you, the citizens, are the ones who give him that power. Do we understand the power that we have? If we can give you something, we can actually take it away.
Take it back.
Exactly.
But do we? Have we gotten to a point where we can understand that the only way they will behave, and I'm putting it simply because sometimes our elected leaders behave like children. The only way they will toe the line is if they know consequences await them, and the citizenry will kick you out. Because so long as they don't have that job, they can't perpetrate whatever it is they're perpetrating.
Actually, looking at Article 104 of the Constitution gives us now the power, the citizenry, the power of recall.
Do we understand it?
And I think it's time that probably the masses, at the time they're going to an election, they should also be told that, by the way, these people, these individuals you're electing in office, need to be accountable to you.
Ricky, who's going to tell them?
It is us, the people.
How are we going to tell the people who are us that this is what they must do? How do you get people to understand that they have this power?
These kind of forums, CT, these are the forums that all tell the masses that, by the way, when you elect an individual into office, he is your servant. And being your servant, you can't recall him, and the constitution gives you the grace and the mandate to recall such individuals. So long as you have right institutions, we're in the process of having an IBC. Let the people be educated. Actually, in the recent past, you've seen individuals collecting signatures against some of the members of parliament. That being the case, it should be the case that if they're not performing, and it should be a pledge by all those seeking office.
How do you use the message that you are referring to to get people out of the slumber that we are currently in? Because we seem to have accepted that our fate is to have leaders who will always take advantage of us.
And that is sealed.
Yes, there's nothing we can do.
I think there's a lot of political awakening.
Really? Where is it exactly?
It is actually at the moment we have about 4 or 5 MPs who, assuming we had a functional IBC, they will have probably been recalled. So that is a step in the right direction. 2, if we have an IBC, for example, and the masses are as enlightened, the things have changed with social media, with X and all that there is a different mode of political mobilization. It might not be a countrywide, but at least there's a starting point. There are individuals who are now awakened to the place.
Let's just have a discussion around how to recall an MP for status. Let's just go through the process, yeah? So here is an application. A voter from the MP's constituency submits a signed recall petition. There's a verification of signatures, and that has to be at least 30%. And then you have IEBC approval and notification, and then you have the by-election. But even as we talk about this, first of all, we need an IEBC that is functional.
That is functional.
And based off what we've seen so far, for some weird reason, IEBC is just IEBC. It's usually never there when you need it most. But as we talk about that and the awakening that we need and whatnot, you see the process that is involved. And Kenyans, as City has said, tumechoka, let's just go do this thing and go. And when we talk about the entire matter about political good manners and whatnot, it does not exist. It will take more for us to get there. Which begs the question. You say that the people that we vote in is a reflection of who we are, but we vote people in based of promises they've given us, and we give them the trust and belief that they will deliver. When they don't deliver, we have 5 years.
We don't have 5 years. I think Article 144 of the Constitution gives us that mandate that is not about 5 years. You can, if assuming they don't deliver, and assuming in an ideal political situation, where we have a functional IBC that is really independent and really out to deliver on its mandate, then the functionality of Article 104 of the Constitution will really enable good governance, because that is the desire. 2, the reading Article 10 of the Constitution, assuming all the people, and I use the word assuming, all the people we elect in office were taken through to understand the force and the jurisprudence behind Article 10, then that is the place we'll have maybe true liberation of our country. Because when you're talking about accountability, transparency, public participation, all of it is embedded in Article 10. So if we have a leader, and if we have the people because they participate in electing these leaders, and they have an understanding of what that leader ought to do on the basis of the IGs of Article 10, then we will have the right people in office. And those holding public offices, like for example IBC, will also have the understanding of Article 10, that by the way, you hold this public office in trust of the masses. You get? In trust of the people. Then we will have right people in office, and those who will not perform, by the way, will not even be there. Because
this idea of the right leaders, unfortunately, I find it to be unpalatable. Because many of these people who are voted in, if you look at their track record before they were voted in, they are very okay people. That's why they got voted in. Looking at them,
you would say that this is an okay person.
You would say this guy will actually do right by the people. So there was actually nothing wrong with them. until they breathe that air that they breathe in Parliament, which is laced with God knows what. Okay?
I think the first mistake we make as a people, for me, I think this is my personal opinion, is one, anytime you see an individual out to spend a fortune, however good he may be, to be in a particular office, that should be a red flag.
Let me paint a picture.
Yes.
We all live in this country, right?
Yes.
And as my dad usually says, if you look at your hands, they're all not equal, right?
Yeah.
So here's a situation where I'm a Kenyan, I'm a billionaire, and I want to get into politics, rightfully. So I have the money to spend. How would you then stop me from getting into politics?
That's why we have something called campaign financing bill, laws and all that. This campaign financing,
we had it. Who made
sure that it was essentially
that it was essentially dead?
Yeah. The politicians are
Precisely.
those in office. So the ideal situation is that, assuming we have campaign financing, then it will cap off those who are coming to politics with an intention to make a fortune and with an intention to not to serve the masses.
Let me disabuse that view of yours. Politicians take their cue from the president. That's what they do in this country, especially in this government.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
And that is why our courts are full of cases where individuals, you say they need to understand, they do understand. And because they understand, that is why people go to court. They do understand and they know the only recourse we have is the court. What we do not understand is how to hold leaders accountable. We don't. Now, if we could, they would take the cue from us, not the president. They would understand that these people who elected me will recall me the moment they are unhappy. They would know.
I think let's take, for example, the recent finance bill or the former finance bill and the voting around deputy president. There are a number of MPs who have not been able to go back to be back to their constituents or to be actively, participate in the activities in their constituency. Reason being, they did not heed to the hue and cry of their people. Will this also be seen as a basis of some level of accountability of the masses and a basis of public participation in decision making by those in office? Assuming that is the case, the buck really falls not, I think, on the president, because for me, the buck falls on us as voters. Because the
reason
voters.
why we're having this conversation is so that we can try and look at this thing honestly.
Yeah.
The politicians take their cue from the president.
Which is not the ideal, which is not the best situation.
Of course, it is not. It's just the reality.
Yes.
How do you counter the influence? You see, I don't blame a politician for looking after their own interest. That's what they do the world over. The check and balance, and that's what a democracy is supposed to provide, that the citizenry hold them in check. That is what happens. When they know that they will not get away with the things they do, then they toe the line. If not, they will actually run wild.
And I think as well, City, the need of just having a proper political goodwill, because we also have institutions that are in place in making sure that all these checks and balances are into place. Like, for example, when you get into Parliament, the Parliament is there to oversee checks and balances from the executive. We have the EACCs, the police department, the DCI, all these investigative agencies, and just making sure that right is done by the people. But that as well, City, still goes back to the person who's leading the government and the goodwill in making sure that these institutions work as expected. Because talk about budgetary, you go to judiciary, it's always cut. You know what I mean?
Looking at it, why I still hold the perception or the view that we have a stake. The number of public interest litigations that have gone into, for example, into court, and the courts have made their pronouncement towards it, really, for me, gives me hope that, by the way, as a people who are not necessarily in office, who are not necessarily maybe holding various positions, we have seen individuals, we have seen Omtatas before even he went into Senate, holding government to account. We shouldn't sit back and say that the president has everything. We also have some power and some, the legislative legroom through which we can use the judiciary, we can use our various petitions, some of which has worked because our judiciary has maybe stopped a number of issues that are probably not legally right. So going forward, what we need is just public awareness that, by the way, as masses, we also have a stake in our government. We also have a role in our, in our administration. If we don't do it by the vote, by the way, we have a leeway under Article 22 of the Constitution to do it by the courts or by the judiciary. And the judiciary, on a number of issues, has been able to really pronounce itself that this is not right. Probably the government has managed to have its way or maybe change a number of things through the machinations and all that. But we shouldn't sit back and say that, by the way, we are defeated. We're not defeated. We have, the Constitution, we have our judiciary, we have numbers of institutions. We have seen a number of legislations being thrown out by our courts, which I think is pro-people. And
we are making progress. There is no question about it. But even as I lambast the politicians and members of parliament, there are very many members of parliament who actually do what they were elected to do. And they do it very well. They are known. Unfortunately, when it comes to the crucial things that affect the country, we have a problem.
Indeed. And even as we do look at this, so the temperatures are rising, and we can theorize things, but also when we look at the practicality of what's happening currently, is that we do see temperatures rising. We do see that things can get ugly. I mean, just as of yesterday, we see accusations flying, allegations flying around. And we also know that folks latch on to a lot of these things and make decisions based on that. Here we are saying that Kenyans can make decisions politically because, they can take the ideal, but things happen in the public arena upon which we latch our beliefs. Certain individuals, are we seeing that the target of such individuals, of such communities, then is just part of the game? Should we take these seriously?
I think the target of any politician is, first of all, to win an election, because that is the acquisition of power is what is ideal for a politician. So he will do anything, bring confusion, bring allegations here and there, some of them true, others false, but the ultimate objective of a politician is acquisition of power. But going forward, there is a level of awakening that, by the way, right now, if you accuse a person of a particular issue, the individuals are now able to question and are alive to maybe your political statements, your history as an individual. Unlike before, some other time before, we could take it anything that we are told. But right now, if you told somebody that you'll do this to a particular community, then they're able to question. You also told us this and this. So the history of politicians is now coming to is now at stake, because people are able to judge you not based just on today, but also based on your previous statements, previous years, previous situation. And this is the kind of awakening that is ideal for our country right now. Going forward, as we go to 2027, the first thing we ought to think about is the current players in the political scene. Do they mean well for us as a country?
Do they?
Is this something we need to think about, really?
Do they?
That is a question that we will think about.
No.
Do they mean well?
No.
And you have to look at not
Riziki,
those ones in office.
Look at the state of the economy. What does it tell you?
Look at certain individuals. For example, we look at the Githunguri MP yesterday went and made a statement before the DCI talking about the fact that a security had been removed. And this is political, clearly political. And we see things like that. And then we say, okay, the person who may or may not have given that order, clearly because of the alliances that she may or may have not made with a certain individual.
Yes.
And then we are supposed to make a decision based on individuals for whom that is happening to, or those who call the shots around such things. We see it happening. We see it happening all the time.
To other politicians,
I think
MPs before.
In the political space, then we ought to ask ourselves, who are the alternatives? Are we only with a batch of hyenas, or do we have goats amongst the hyenas?
Let me suggest something for you. The citizenry probably need to not wait for someone to declare themselves let them go to the individuals
Exactly.
who can do the job, because when you go to the person and tell them we'd like you to do this,
he becomes your servant.
He will understand he did not appoint himself. Yes. You are the one who appointed him.
Totally. That's why I'm saying look at the political scenario, the landscape, right? But from this landscape, look at these alternatives. Who are these people whom we can really vouch for? And really, come out and say, so and so, you can do well. Why can't you seek office? And we shall back you up. And educate the masses on the need of having right leaders in office. And these are the kind of forums that we ought really to think about, that how best can we be able to tell people that, by the way, you can elect a leader who will serve the interest of the country.
And people know what is good for them. The idea that they don't is a misnomer. They know. They even know what they know. All these things we talk about, as though they don't know. They actually know.
They just let down?
No.
Yeah.
Survival mode dictates.
I am not convinced that all of us as Kenyans know. One time I went to a place called Kapenguria, and I was with a political figure. And the people of Kapenguria, or that small hamlet, they had no idea of the political figure, who he was, and he was a national figure. There are areas in this country that
we're talking about them knowing the individuals.
There are areas in this country because of the level of information, the level of exposure. They even don't understand that we have a system of government.
So from what I hear you saying at the end of the day is that everybody needs to be informed about essentially what's going on.
If we assume that we all know, then we will be on a wrong premise. Because there are areas in this country, city, that, by the way, they even don't know the name of, I'm not saying I'm using the name, metaphorically or symbolically.
They know names to understand what is good for them.
They even don't know anything, by the way. They don't know anything about anything.
You see that statement you just made?
Well, yes.
Unfortunately, we have to bring this conversation to an end, because here, there's a lot. There's still a lot to unpack. There's still a lot to debunk, but good for us to start to do that, at the very least in our minds. Riziki Dunstan is a lawyer and vice chairman of the National Reconstruction Alliance Party. He's been our guest this hour. Thank you so much for being in this situation room this morning. Asante Sana. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Today will mark the second day of Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen's tour in the coastal region. The Cabinet Secretary will evaluate ongoing security operations targeting gangs, including the Panga Boys and Al-Shabaab operators. During this visit, he is set to engage with leaders, regional and county security teams, national government administration officers and peace committees to enhance security strategies. During his Monday tour, Murkomen pitched camp in Mombasa County, where he engaged with various groups.
Sisi tumeambia askari wetu wakiongozwa na regional commissioner hapa, mtu yoyote anatembea ovyo ovyo na panga akamatwe, alafu tutajua baadaye kama ni mhalifu ama hapana. Kwa hivyo kabla hujatembea na panga hapa, tunakuassume there will be a presumption that you are a member of panga squad. Yeah? Alafu sasa kutoka hapo tunaweza prove kwamba you are not. That is, we will invert the legal principle because of the situation we have had in this town.
And the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission selection panel will continue with their interviews today. Various candidates who expressed interest and were shortlisted are expected to appear before the Nelson Makanda-led panel starting any time from now. Among those lined up to face the panel are Israel Guyo Ruhu, Jacinta Tresse Ismail, Jackson Ndere Kiboro, James Galgalo Jarson, and James Lero Letangule. The family of a former Form 3 student of St. Monica Gitwamba High School in Trans Nzoia County, who was shot dead yesterday by officers of the Kenya Forest Service in a dispute over ownership of a 600-acre plot of land, is crying for justice. Musa Cheptot, a 19-year-old, was killed and 3 others were injured, including a Form 2 student who's recuperating.
Tulipoamka ilituma mtoto akuje kwa shamba. Mtoto kufika kwa shamba kumbe maskara amefamia shamba na akaua mtoto. Ni uchungu sana. Lakini mwenye alifanya hiyo kitendo, wacha Mungu ahusike. Ni huzuni sana.
Naitwa Joseph Dera. Hao askari wa forest ni kama wanatumwa na mtu kutufurusha kutoka wapi? Kwa shamba ambaye tulinunua kihalali na tuliwapa stakabadhi sote. Wako nazo.
Jina yangu ni Christine Kibore. Hii ni mtoto mdogo sana, ni mtoto ya shule. Tuko na uchungu sana. Kijana ya kwanza kuwawa mali hapa kwa hii shamba ni my brother.
And regional leaders in the area, including Luke Naibe and Emmanuel Ndorobo, have condemned the incident, especially considering that over 1,365 residents were sold the piece of land 10 years ago. They've called on IPOA to intervene.
Na niombe kwa heshima kubwa gavana wetu alipokuwa RC, nilipeleka hao wazee wa hii shamba mpaka kule Nakuru, na kwamba alikuwa ameanza kutatua mambo ya hii shamba. Kwa hivyo ningeomba pia gavana kwa heshima kubwa aingilie ndani, kwa sababu mahali imeenda, there is a lot of tension katika sehemu hii because tumepoteza watu, na ukifuatilia kindani hawa wenye hii shamba wame make payment up to late last year.
Aipo aingilie kati, yule polisi ama yule afisa ambaye alimpiga risasi yule mtoto achukuliwe hatua za kisheria. Lazima ridhaa kamili ilipo kwa familia ambayo ilimpoteza mtoto, na tutafungua kesi kuhusiana na afisa huyo wa polisi.
That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM Kisumu.
All right, still busy this morning, and looking at traffic starting to build, still continuing to build, rather, coming off of the Thika Superhighway. That's still busy as you come then into the CBD. Also busy on the Eastern Bypass coming through towards Outer Ring, and there's still a lot of traffic coming off of Langata Road going towards Raila Odinga Way. That has really started to build as you go towards the roundabout and connecting with traffic that's in and outbound on Ngong Road, and on the Huru Highway out towards Haile Selassie. That is busy as well. Keeping an eye on all of this, let's talk and try to keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Apply for the I&M Bank World Credit Mastercard on the I&M Bank on the Go app. Swipe, earn and live your best life. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And here we are at 6 minutes after 8 o'clock into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and wrapping around now what to do with your future. That's a conversation that we will have shortly. And as I then remind you about what you can do to make sure you get your hands on the I&M World Credit Mastercard, and CT's come with a wide tooth smile to be able to tell us all about that.
Well, yes, you spend. We all like spending. And when we spend, we then look for moment to replenish the money we have already used. And I'm telling you, that need not be the only way of going about this. Every time you spend money using our card, what then happens is that a whole new world opens up to you. And you are able to actually get points, called Milele points, every time you spend. Now, when these points have accumulated adequately, the very thing that you are doing in the first place, spending and buying, you'll be able to do. Okay. If you happen to be the 20th person to register for this card, you stand a chance of winning 50,000 Milele points. Now, one Milele point equals 1 shilling. So 50,000 Lele points will equal 50,000 Kenya shillings. Yes.
Brilliant stuff. I would say, absolutely. One to go for and one to think about, even as you do. What's the app again, CT?
On the Go.
On the Go. The On the Go app is where you can actually get this done.
Platform. Yes.
Fantastic. All right. So we're getting into a conversation this hour about, retirement planning for SMEs and why it matters, rather demystifying around that for, small companies and why it matters. Joining us in the hot seat this morning is Jane Lois Kimani, and she's the Business Development Manager at SME Britam Life Assurance. Jane, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm well.
Are you okay?
Yes,
good.
Absolutely.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Great to have you in the room this morning. And we're looking at a number of issues today, wrapped around, how you can actually prepare for the future. And so welcome. And as we welcome you into the Situation Room this morning, CT has a proverb that he's going to share. He'll tell you which country it's from. And then we would like you to interpret that according to what you think. Is that all right?
That's okay.
Okay.
We are in the Republic of Zimbabwe.
Aha.
And the proverb is a fairly simple one. It's straightforward. And it begins with what Kenyans like saying all the time, God is good. But in this case, you don't respond by saying all the time. The proverb goes on to say, but never dance with a lion. So the full proverb, God is good, but never dance with a lion.
Never dance with a lion?
Yeah, Simba.
Aha.
Usicheze dance na Simba.
Okay. So how I would interpret that is while God will protect you, then you also need to take care of yourself, and you need to have some form of self-proofing. You don't need to take yourself to the danger.
You have put it very well. Excellent. Thank you.
There it is. You can actually take it. You can actually do you have a role to play in this as well.
Yeah.
Sure thing. All right. Getting into the business of it this morning, we're looking at demystifying retirement planning for SMEs and why it matters. So let's start from the end of that. Why does it matter? Let's get an overall view from the work that you do obviously every day, when it comes to making sure that small and medium enterprises are actually taken care of. So maybe we can look at now what you do with these businesses, how you protect them, and then we can go into why it matters that they should care about the future.
All right. So maybe first is to recognize that I'm really passionate about employee benefits and maybe specifically retirement planning. And in this case where we are speaking about SMEs, also to recognize that SMEs, we have about 7.4 SMEs, 7.4 million SMEs in Kenya. And that provides about 80% of the workforce in the Kenyan economy. And again, also providing up to about 40% of the GDP. In this case, then it means that we need to go back and look at SMEs, seeing as they're the heartbeat of the Kenyan economy. And that simplifies why we need to think about the SMEs and the employees that are working for those SMEs, which amount to about, I think, 80% of the workforce, which is about 15 million of the Kenyan workforce. So what we do for them at Britam, and especially when it comes to employee benefits and retirement planning, is simplifying the solutions for them, be it what is provided for statutorily, say the NSSF contributions, or even simplifying the private schemes so that then they are able to make decisions towards ensuring that the employees within the schemes, or rather the employees that are employed by SMEs and even the employers, then have a dignified retirement.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's taking care of them. That's what you do every day, essentially taking care of them.
Yeah.
Okay. So then when we're looking towards retirement, what happens with an SME? Does an SME retire, really?
Yes, they do. But if we look at what's currently happening, so we are coming from an era where before the implementation of the NSSF Act of 2013, where the only fallback was the NSSF contribution, which was pretty much low. So yes, they get to retirement. But of course, we get to those situations where no one really wants to retire because you have any source of income thereafter. And of course, the view that the contributions previously may have been very low. So also the income that you're receiving at that end then is very low. So the situation really in Kenya is now that at that point where you retire, then we form our families as a retirement plan. So you make your family support as a retirement plan, as opposed to a more organized situation where you would be having an organized retirement plan, a scheme that is registered to be able to give you some retirement income when you get to retirement. So yes, indeed, they do retire, but the question is, do they get to that dignified level of retirement? Yeah.
So as an SME, I have a business, I'm doing my own thing, and I realized that as opposed to someone who's employed, they're given the pension schemes that they are given by the places they work, NSSF deductions, statutory deductions and whatnot. But as an SME, it is upon myself to figure it out, to register in a registered scheme to make sure that it works for me. So just how critical is it for SMEs to plan for that life after going into retirement, and not to talk about the black tax that is being peddled out there alone?
Yeah. I think one of the misconceptions that have been there for a very long time is that retirement planning is only key for, big organizations. And therefore, there has not been an avenue that really comes and takes care of SMEs or reaches out to SMEs. And that's the change we are looking at Britam. And that's why we've come up with different views on how to handle SMEs at Britam, and we call it the SME Biashara Network. And now we're also coming up with the Elevate Club, also specifically for SMEs, because we realize that these are employees who have been forgotten for a very long time. Yet there are benefits of actually being in a pension scheme. And some of the benefits that the SMEs would fetch from that would actually be the availability of better return and the compounding of interest when the employees get to retirement. There is also to the employer that then the employer enjoys having and retaining talent for a very long time. So you enjoy loyalty. And of course, with loyalty, what happens is that you grow. So the SME would end up growing because you do not have a very high turnover, seeing as then I do not want to leave this employer that is giving me this very good benefit. The other thing that is there is that to sort that out, then the NSSF Act and the implementation of the NSSF Act has introduced mandatory contributions that then sorts out that problem and introduces the that every employee, including a contractual employee, then needs to contribute to a pension scheme. So that in the end then eliminates old age poverty. Yeah.
Okay. So even as you look at what should you expect when you're looking at the time coming into the future, which is where retirement usually falls, what should you expect that would then make you make certain decisions knowing that certain things will happen? What should you expect?
Say that again, do.
What should you expect? Whether it's an individual or as a business, what should you expect when you look at economic times? What should you expect that should essentially fuel your decision about certain things that you will do to create that, nest egg for you for later?
All right. One of the things I would look at is actually whether I would be able to maintain my lifestyle when I get to retirement. And where that forms a really big aspect for me is because it allows me to really set my goals and even look at what would be my possible then income replacement ratio at that point when I retire. Where am I likely to fetch my retirement income from? Do I have sufficient savings that are able to give me a proper and dignified retirement? And that differs from one person to the next. So while experts will recommend a replacement ratio of between 70 to 80%, such that if I was earning 100,000 at the point that I get to retirement, then I'm able to earn between 70,000 to 80,000. Then that can be quite personalized by some factors like at that point when I retire, do I still have dependents? Do I still have children possibly who are in college and I still need to take care of those bills? What are my medical needs at that point? Did I clear my debts at the point that I got to retirement and I no longer have a monthly salary? So really my expectation then falls to what life is this that I would want to live at that point when I retire. Do I want to start a new hobby, possibly travel, play some golf and have some free time? So that determines whether my income replacement ratio then is taken care of by my current savings right now. Yeah.
Okay. So we talk about things like annuity, we talk about drawdowns. What are those and how then do they affect what we do in terms of where an income will come from later?
All right. So we cannot speak so much about saving for retirement today without giving a solution of what is the end goal. So the end goal of saving for retirement or planning for retirement is so that then you're able to fetch a retirement income. And we fetch a retirement income mainly from Kenya through two sources, which is annuities and income drawdowns. And the two solutions are set up to give you regular income. So when you look at annuities, then they're supposed to give you a regular guaranteed income for the rest of your life, for as long as you live. But it's also a very traditional solution that provides that, such that there was the need to introduce the income drawdown, which then now introduces the aspect of I'm able to get a regular income as my money also continues to earn a return. It also provides, the income drawdown also provides a solution in instances where I've attained the retirement age, but then I still have an income, maybe from contracts that I'm working on, or I have an income from real estate, or any other form of savings that I did. So the income drawdown, I can defy it for a certain period of time for me to come and now decide I want to start fetching my retirement income, or I want to fetch it as a lump sum. So basically those two are set up to provide retirement income, and it takes it away from one of, I don't know whether to call it Kenyan or African form of retirement, which is a retirement baby, possible, that then is able to take care of you when you hit retirement age. But then it helps us break that cycle. Because you mentioned earlier about black tax. So what happens is when now we start providing for our families or our parents, then now we call it a name and call it black tax. But the only way then we can break that cycle is if today each one of us who is working then is able to contribute to their own social security, is able to take care of their own social security, and be able to fetch that income in retirement as opposed to depending on family members or even depending on a minimum, which is the former NSSF contribution before the implementation of the Act. Yeah.
You know what you say makes a great deal of sense. And I'm certain that Britain has programs that would suit the needs of the diversity of people within that particular sector. What are some of these things that you offer? What are some of the solutions that you offer, and how are they tailored to meet the needs of that diversity of people who would probably need a retirement plan?
All right. So at Britam we have several solutions, and noting that there are people in the formal sector and there are those who are in the informal sector. So when we start at looking at those who are in the formal sector, of course you will find some who are working in organizations that already have set up pension plans. And at Britam, what we do, we manage the occupational schemes that are already set up by such organizations. And we are able to give a good return and make the administration work, and even the fund management for such organizations very easy. But then we also recognize that there are institutions that do not want to get into a situation where they are running the day-to-day and the compliance and administration of pension schemes. It can get complicated, and especially when you think of compliance. And that is how Britam came up and founded the very first umbrella scheme in 2006. That is the Britam Umbrella Pension Scheme. And the Britam Umbrella Pension Scheme then admits employers who are not, or rather, whose interest is not in the financial sector, and they do not want to keep running a pension fund. So the umbrella fund then admits such employers and the employees who are under the employers, and makes it very smooth and easy for them, such that all we do to them is then now report to them what are the returns, come back to them and do value add on. I really think you need financial planning training. I really think then we need to come and look at who is retiring and getting out of, or rather who is transitioning to another role or to their own interests. Then we also come to the informal sector and recognize...
If I may just pause. When you say that you then... people come up with what it is that essentially are their needs, okay? There seems to be this assumption that there's a certain age at which people retire, okay?
Yeah.
Now, that age is around 60. What if somebody wants to retire at 40?
All right, then if I don't retire at 40, it means that I start setting my goals pretty early.
Yes.
And look at several other avenues. So I might not only look at my employers, already arranged pension scheme or NSSF. I could go and supplement my contributions by doing additional voluntary contributions, either to that employer scheme or to an individual pension plan. But over and beyond that, then Britam being a diversified financial services provider, then there's the option of actually having your funds in money market funds, and we even have investment plans within the Britam Life Company that allows you to supplement your retirement plan, so that then you're not only boxed to the employers and employee contribution within your employment tenure, and that helps you plan that really after 40 I am financially stable to be able to take care of retirement.
Okay, so now under that umbrella plan is where you mentioned previously the NSF tiers.
Yes.
Can you explain to us now then how that falls under this umbrella scheme, and maybe just giving a little bit of a tweak more into that NSF tier 2 and what exactly it means, and then how it fits under this umbrella scheme?
All right. Now, I mentioned about the umbrella scheme, and you will realize it was actually founded even before the conversation on the NSSF 2013, on the NSSF Act of 2013. And would just say that Britain was found ready. Britain was found ready for
when they made the law.
Yes, yes, Britain was found ready. And the reason for that is because the NSSF Act, Section 21 of the NSSF Act of 2013, then allows a section of the contributions that go to NSSF to be contributed to a private scheme such as the Britam Umbrella Fund. And maybe what I have skipped is that the NSSF Act introduces a two-tier contribution, that is Tier 1 and Tier 2. So Tier 1 is mandatory contribution that needs to go to NSSF. And that one provides the basic level of contribution. And then there's the Tier 2 contribution, which then now introduces a contribution that goes into that income replacement. Remember the income replacement ratio we have discussed?
Yes.
Yeah. It should provide for that income replacement ratio. And that Tier 2 contribution, the now Section 21 of the NSSF Act, allows it to be contracted out to a scheme that is approved by the Retirement Benefits Authority to receive such contributions. So that process is what is called contracting out. And the really good thing about, say, Tier 2 and even the NSSF Act is that it provides that diversification of risk such that each one of us who is planning for retirement or who is saving in a pension scheme then is able to get the best of both worlds, of the public sector and the private sector. You have Tier 1 going to NSSF, you have Tier 2 coming to Britam, and then you're able to make your comparison and decide, do I need to supplement my contribution? I also think it helps improve the pension industry and sector because you're moving from a situation where there's only one institution that is running pension funds, and of course it improves the service standards that then would go out to the employers and even to the employees, and while at it ensure that there are proper and prudent returns that actually go to the members in retirement.
You mentioned about the income replacement ratio. Just how important or critical is it?
I don't know if I can overemphasize on how much we need to take care of that. So while we are working, and maybe I don't know that to include City to the conversation.
Yes, please do. But just tell me,
or maybe he can give us advice, you know.
No, include me in the conversation.
I include you in the conversation, yeah. So maybe it's looking at how maybe today I'm able to take care of how I left work and drove to this place, where I live, what activities I'll actually have after work, so be it social or networking activities, and am I able then to achieve that at retirement? Because if I'm not able to achieve that, then it not only becomes a financial problem, but it also becomes a psychological and social problem. Because what happens is, if I'm not able to replace my income, then I'm not able to manage the same lifestyle
that you had
in retirement. And I think that is where we find ourselves possibly looking back to move to the village, and you have no community right there that possibly understands you and knows you, and you have to start creating a community afresh at that age. So not only does it affect us financially, but I would say even psychologically and socially.
Okay.
Yeah.
Preparing for retirement, and that's what we're talking about this morning at an individual level, which feeds into an organizational level, and that's some of the things that we're talking about today. We'll get into more of the nitty-gritty after this break. We're having a conversation this morning with Jane Lois Kimani, who is a business development manager, SME Britam Life Assurance, and we're looking at demystifying retirement planning. We feel as though, this big, huge thing needs to be created at once. But, we're chipping away at that and saying that, there are ways in which you can do it. And we'll get into more of those details when we come back from this break. It's 28 minutes to 9. Situation Room continues after this.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The fun never stops on Star Times. This Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial *858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi at 17, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 26 in sunny Nakuru at 17. 16 and sunny into Nyeri with highs of 25, and into Eldoret at 17. It's sunny going to highs of 26. Mombasa sunny at 28, and Malindi at 28 is mostly sunny as well. 21 and partly sunny into Kisumu with sunny conditions at 20 in Kakamega. It's 19 and rain showers continue in Kampala, while it's sunny at 25 into Dar es Salaam. Sunny at 17 into Johannesburg, while at 30 it is sunny in Mogadishu with sunny conditions at 18 in Addis Ababa. It's mostly clear at 27 in Lagos with cloudy conditions at 25 in Kinshasa.
87.9 Spice FM, Mombasa.
Traffic continues coming off the Thika Superhighway. We're looking at some of that, then getting through towards Muranga Road in one direction, Wangari Maathai on the other. So also seeing some traffic coming off of Jogoo Road going towards Landis. And of course, coming off of Haile Selassie, all the way from the beginning of Nyasidam roundabout, that is very, very busy, then onto Huru Highway, right? Raila Odinga Way had taken us some traffic off of Langata Road earlier, and we still see some of that, then connecting with Ngong Road. We are still in traffic hour this Tuesday morning, keeping our wits about and trying to keep things moving. Let's talk Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue our conversation this morning with Jane Lois Kimani, and we're looking at demystifying retirement planning and really what you should then do going into the future, what you should do planning for yourself or then planning for your business in terms of what you should do. So we see it as that we need to take this big chunk, put it aside and don't touch it. But I hear you saying that as we go, there are ways in which you can actually start to chip away at this slowly and put something away slowly. It takes some discipline, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. It does. It takes a lot of discipline, and maybe that is why when we look at the pension penetration in Kenya, it's still at about 20%. And maybe this is heightened by the fact that more often than not, it has not been a personal initiative before, but more of an employer's initiative. But this is a conversation that would want to move to get to being a personal initiative, be it that person who is in the informal sector. And I think earlier that's what I was trying to allude to, that this retirement planning that we are speaking about does not only apply to big organizations or to even only to SMEs. It also applies to those that are self-employed. And even the Mama Mboga, how can I have a pension scheme, or rather, how can I be a member of a pension scheme that I contribute, say, a minimum of even, be it 20 shillings a day, or be it 1,000 shillings a month. And that is provided for through the Britam individual pension retirement plan, which then allows you to even start small. So it does not hinder anyone from starting, but more so is what you've spoken of about that discipline. So we find that discipline is not there at the earlier ages. Say when you start working, you're 22, you're 25. It's not there until you possibly hit your 30s, and now you start thinking of, I possibly need to be living in my own home, and I really need to also think of, how do I survive when I get to retirement? So maybe to create that discipline, and especially when you're younger, is starting by saving for other needs, and maybe start saving with small amounts that possibly do not feel like they hurt, so that then you can see what is your progress, maybe after a period of, say, 6 months or 12 months, and you've set a goal. Then after 12 months, if you realize I was actually targeting to get to, say, 50,000 at the end of the year, and I have 25,000 because I only did 2,000 every month, then it leads you to thinking, what if I put in more? How much do I get? And then now the retirement and saving for retirement conversation then becomes very real. So that then you're not finding yourself at 35 and you're in a crash program and you're trying to put away possibly close to 30 or 40% of your salary or of your income. So that discipline should be formed really at an early stage in life.
There is a reality that currently people who would aspire to retire have to face. Children who've never left home, gone to school, have nothing that they do. So instead of you depending on them, they depend on you. Now, that reality, if indeed one were to retire, the pressure that would bring would even be greater than what we understand. So, a reality such as the one I've mentioned, how does one cater for it with the different tiers that you have? Where would that fit in? Where would one need to understand how it is that they can actually plan for retirement with that in mind?
It is actually a real situation, and maybe one of the things is for us to look at retirement planning not only as a savings but also as a legacy that you want to leave behind, and even while at it, because that's a possibility that you have children that will not leave home and you have to take care of them and possibly not take care of your grandchildren. Again, that is where the discipline in putting away funds then comes in, and that is again where your goal setting then comes in with planning for any eventualities. Just like the way you would plan for medical expenses in retirement, then you have to put aside funds for such other eventualities. And then in this case, the contributions that are provided for statutorily then might really not take care of that need. You possibly then need to actually have additional voluntary contributions that supplement that contribution, or rather that supplement that need that you have at retirement. And maybe even before you think, because I might not predict right now that my child will still be in my house when they are 30 or 40. Maybe it's for me to look at it at how do I even save for a legacy that is able to take care of my children and my children's children. Now, the good book says that a wise man leaves an inheritance for their children and their children's children. Yes. So while at it, when you're saving for retirement, then the thought is, I'm not only doing this for myself, but I'm doing this for my children and my children's children.
Basically, my generation.
There's something. There's a product that many insurance organizations offer. Britam, I know, offers it. It's what they call an education account, for lack of a better word, for the children. What about an investment retirement plan for the children? Meaning, yes, just as you are contributing to your own retirement, yes, there's the education fund, but a process where you are looking into the future and you're saying, beyond education, this will probably help these children have a takeoff stage at a certain point in their lives when they're still young, and it's something that they can continue with when they're now able to earn. Because that way you yes.
City, we have that at Britam. But it's not an education policy, and I wouldn't say it's a retirement plan either, because it's not yet regulated by the Retirement Benefits Authority, but it is called trust funds. So the Britam Trust Funds then allows you to put aside funds, or even put aside, or rather create a fund that then allows you, in a case where either you die too early or you're still alive, you can attach that fund to either your children or your grandchildren, or even in a situation where you're incapacitated and your dependents then really need that fund. So we have the Britam Trust Funds, and it was launched in 2024, not long ago, to take care of such eventualities.
So let's talk about, we have the Britam Umbrella Fund that is there to ensure that everything is working as expected. But even while at it, there are many options out there. So what makes Britam stand out? As well as, even as I'm planning for my retirement, there is the fact that at that age is when sicknesses start crippling in and checking in. And is there a pension that is clearly targeted towards that by Britam?
All right. I think what makes Britam stand out when it comes to the umbrella plan, I would relate it to the investment returns. And the superior returns that we are able to give, and you cannot underestimate that power of compounding, and especially when it comes to retirement planning. If you look at it, if you're speaking about retirement planning for someone who is 25 years today or someone who is 30 years today, it means that we'll be handling your funds for the next 30 years, and you're not able to access the funds. So if you look at what we call the 72 rule of compounding, it provides that if you divide 72 by the rate of interest that you aspire to get, then it shows you how fast your funds will double. And that means that if you're looking at Britam, the investment return at an average for the past 10 years is actually at 10%. So that goes to say that if you're 30 today and you have 100,000, for lack of a better example, you have 100,000 today, then in the next, what years? 7 years. 7 years. Yeah, then you should be able to double, even if you're not making any other contribution. So that also goes to say, if you have a larger fund, then it will actually double. So we pride ourselves in giving superior returns. The other thing that sets Britam aside is actually dedicated support. So we do not only stick to that, as I said earlier, that we are pushing you to save, but we also come back to you and realize that this is a new statutory contribution that has come to you. It actually means a reduction on your payslip. So do we come back to you with a value add and take you through financial planning. Because if you just came and took away your money, you really need to know how do I manage these other funds that have remained in my pocket. So we pride ourselves by having the largest relationship team in the pension industry that actually goes out to the customer, and especially to the to the corporate customers, be it SMEs or employers. And over and above that, we also have the largest distribution network, which is also sufficiently trained to be able to either bring the customers on board or even maintain the customers and retain the customers on board and give them the other value adds that are there. The other thing is, am I able to view my funds? Am I able to see if this plan that I have really is working for me? And the only way you can do that is by digitalization. And in this case, then we have the My Britam app, which is on the App Store and also on the Google Store. And once you log into the Britam app and you're a member of the Britam pension plan, be it corporate or as an individual, then you're able to see your statements real time, your contribution, and you're able to make a decision, do I need to do more? And also as an employer, then in this case, then you're also able to go again to the employer's portal, and the employer's portal then helps you be able to see, are my contributions to my employees really being received, and what kind of investment is happening right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is interesting because you mentioned an app. And so when we think about the traditional ways of saving, Jane, it's usually, you put something in your pillowcase, under your mattress, whatever, or even, put it... I wasn't actually looking at you, but Siti, now that you've given me the permission, I will look at you properly. So, traditional ways of putting something aside, it was in a box somewhere under the mattress, in a hole in the backyard, whatever. But now technology is here, isn't it? So what are we looking at that is current, that you can actually have the same idea at a graduated level, but then in touch with the times when it comes to technology, and then what we're able to do in terms of saving? What have we seen? And what do you offer, essentially, to keep up with the times?
All right. So I've already spoken about the apps that help with self-service, but more over and above that is the availability of even apps that help you with self-onboarding. Because if we are at that stage where all you can do is I onboard you, but you can't self-onboard, then it might take you such a very long time before you decide that now I want to onboard myself to that. The other developments when it comes to technology is the availability of AI, and using AI to the extent of looking at what are the trends. Do I still need to look at retirement planning for someone who is 25 today, the same way I would look at someone who is 55 years today? And then again, looking at what exact communication or rather targeted communication that goes to certain groups. So that's how then AI comes in. Again, in technology, I would say is with technology and maybe even with the onset of COVID-19, must have been a few years back, we've almost forgotten, but it actually introduced to us some very good aspects on webinars, because we are finding that then we are able to spread more awareness to those that do not know about pension, or those that already know and need a reminder that you're able to have an online meeting and they're able to listen through to such conversations. So maybe the technological developments then now would move us from a position of where maybe you would think that you really need to move from, say, Mandera to come to Nairobi to sign off a form for you to access your pension funds. But if really you have a portal or you have an app, then it means that from the comfort of your home or from the location you are at in Kenya, then you're able to make that request and then you receive your funds from that comfort. Yeah.
Britam has been a leader in this industry for a very, very long time indeed.
Yeah.
How do you actually go about understanding what it is your clients and former clients need?
All right. That comes from client feedback. So, being a leader, one of the things that we again boast of is having a large number or a large clientele of retirees, that is those who are in our annuities and the income drawdown, and going back to them to fetch rather what is this that exactly is your experience, so that then we are able to communicate this through the different channels that we have with our existing customers. Then now when it comes to the younger generation, then of course we are able to do surveys either from the customers who are already onboarded or those that we are looking at to onboard, so that then we look at how do we improve our services, how do we improve our standards, and how do we tailor-make solutions that are fit for each generation.
So we talk about access and penetration at 20%. So how can the government, together with the stakeholders like yourself, push the bar forward in ensuring that penetration and access goes deeper?
All right. Now, I think there are several stakeholders when it comes to that. And when it gets to the government, the Kenyan Constitution provides that it is actually the work of the government to provide social security for its citizens. And I think that is it Section 43? Of the Kenyan Constitution. And that means that, number one, whichever way then the government seeks to ensure that everyone has social security, they needs to apply it. So in this case, it could be enforcing laws, just like the enforcement of the NSSF Tier 2. But over and beyond that, the enforcement of the law is use of national platforms to create awareness on the need for retirement planning and the whys about retirement planning. Then comes in the private sector, which again through digitalization and making it simple, making it affordable and providing a simple way of discussing what is retirement planning and the need for it, and actually looking at it from different generations and different walks of life, so that then you're not having a one shoe fits all for everyone. Then comes the individuals themselves getting to the discipline that we spoke earlier. So the government, the private sector, and even ourselves as individuals, we actually have a role to play towards retirement planning.
So Jane, somebody's listening today and they're saying, okay, so we've had these conversations, we've heard a little bit here and there about but never actually been able to start. Been on the starting line and has never really gotten out of the blocks. Where do you start? How do you start today and say, okay, fine, I need to start this today. I'm pretty long in the game, but I don't know. What are the first steps that you take towards this?
All right. So I would say the first step is looking at your finances and reorganizing your finances, and even setting a goal. Because if you start saving, or rather even if you start a retirement plan today, but you don't have a goal, then somewhere along the way, it will fall off. And the easiest way then to start off and with Britam, and if you allow me, is to SMS the word pension to the short code 21778. then one of our financial advisors or the business development executives then will get to you and take you through that. But then again is the realization of how much then you need to start small and to start early.
So even if I know, here I am, I know nothing. Blank canvas, don't even know. Yeah. I just know there's the retirement and it's somewhere there in the future. I just need to send this SMS to 21778.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, just SMS the word pension to 21778 and someone will reach out to you. And we do not assume that you know. We assume we're in a class 2 class and explain the ABC of what you need to do.
Okay. And then in terms of, when you start, and, oftentimes say, okay, like we don't have, how little can you start with? Because that's also another thing that stops people. They're like, okay, I don't have the huge amounts. If I'm earning 100,000 shillings and you tell me that my retirement ratio,
income replacement ratio.
I was gonna get there. Income replacement ratio, it needs to be between 70 to 80%, and I'm thinking, how on earth am I going to do that? How on earth am I going to get there? Are you allowing people start small?
Yes, we do, and we allow you to start saving from as little as 100 shillings as an individual. Of course, if you're under an SME, there are set standards on how much to put aside, which are provided for in the NSSF Act of 2013. But if you're an individual, you can start with as little as 100 shillings. And we say it is the consistency. Because if I put 100 shillings today and I put 100 shillings tomorrow, by the end of the month, I have my 3,000. I do not have 100 shillings anymore. So it is really in the consistency, even where you're starting small. I know there are people who will think of, I'm earning 15,000 today. If you take that away from me, how do I survive? But then again, we get it to the aspect of, it is how you start today. If you put that 500 shillings away today, the 1,000 shillings today, as your income increases, then you've already learned the aspect of saving. You've already learned the aspect of putting away some funds. So as your income increases, then you're able to manage whatever you've been managing and increase on your saving. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. And it's little tidbits like that. We get on the journey. You get to the place when you're retiring and it's like you never did. So thank you for sharing this insight with us this morning. It was really great to hear. And at least, you can start somewhere and you can start small, but you get on the journey where you don't have to suffer. So it's great. Jane Lois Kimani is a business development manager, SME, Britam Life Assurance. She's been our guest this hour, sharing these great morsels with us today and stuff that we can pick up on. Asante Sana. And good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea. Ubaga, 2 suspects were arrested following a blast that ripped off a food joint in Mandera town, leaving 1 person with serious injuries. Detectives are hunting for a 3rd suspect, a Boda Boda rider, who ferried the duo to the scene and fled as the explosion went off. Police suspect the 2 were planting an explosive device when it accidentally detonated at the eatery in the Shafi area. A multi-agency security team launched an investigation into the IED explosion, which occurred yesterday afternoon. As a way to reduce the backlog of cases, residents of Bungoma County have been advised to resolve minor disputes outside the courts through mediation. Mediator Group Coordinator at Webuye Court, Daniel Milo, says the current constitution provides for mediation as one of the available methods of resolving disputes.
Na ukiangalia jambo la mediation ama la upatanishi katika mahakama zetu humu nchini limeweza kuondoa mirinduko ya zile cases ambazo zilikuwa nyingi kwa wakati mfupi sana. unapata kwamba kesi inapeanwa kwa mediator na inafanyika kwa siku 1, 2, 3 ikiwa imekamilika. Na ndio kwa sababu unapata kwamba kila mahali tunapata kwamba wananchi watukufu wanashauriwa kwamba wao wenyewe wako na suluhu katika kusuluhisha mizozo yao.
Religious leaders have also been urged to be at the forefront of participating in mediation issues.
Masomo ambayo nimepata hapa as a certified mediator ni muhimu, and I would like to encourage wahubiri wenzetu, because we have cases also in churches ambao watu wanakosana na wanapeleka kotini contrary to even what the word says. So it's important that they come here to study and learn how to resolve their differences amongst themselves.
MPs are expected to consider the reports from various House departmental committees on the vetting of the new Principal Secretary nominees following the conclusion of the exercise on Monday. President William Ruto nominated the 14 individuals on March 20th in changes that saw some PSs assigned other roles as envoys. The nominees include former Nyeri Deputy Governor Caroline Karugu, who has been nominated to the State Department for East African Community Affairs, the Ministry of East African Community Affairs, and the Asals and Regional Development. Also nominated are former ODM nominated Senator Judith Pereno, Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs Office of the Attorney General, and ex-Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentist Union Secretary General Omar Oluga, State Department for Medical Services, Ministry of Health. And the family of a Form 3 student of St. Monica Gitwamba High School in Trans Nzoia County, who was shot dead yesterday by officers of the Kenya Forest Service in a dispute over ownership of a 600-acre plot of land, is crying for justice. Musa Cheptot, 19, was killed and 3 others were injured, including a Form 2 student.
Tulipa Muga ilituma mtoto akuje kwa shamba. Mtoto kufika kwa shamba kumbe maskara amefamia shamba na akaua mtoto. Ni uchungu sana. Lakini mwenye alifanya hiyo kitendo, wacha Mungu ahusike. Ni huzuni sana.
Naitwa Joseph Dera. Hao askari wa forest ni kama wanatumwa na mtu kutufurusha kutoka wapi? Kwa shamba ambaye tulinunua kihalali na tuliwapa stakabadhi zote. Wako nazo.
Jina yangu ni Christine Kibore. Hii ni mtoto mdogo sana, ni mtoto ya shule. Tuko na uchungu sana. Kijana ya kwanza kuuawa mali hapa kwa hii shamba ni my brother.
And regional leaders in the area, including Luke Naibe and Emmanuel Ndorobo, have condemned the incident, especially considering that over 1,000 residents were sold the piece of land 10 years ago.
Na niombe kwa heshima kubwa gavana wetu, alipokuwa RC nilipeleka hao wazee wa hii shamba mpaka kule Nakuru, na kwamba alikuwa ameanza kutatua mambo ya hii shamba. Kwa hivyo ningeomba pia gavana kwa heshima kubwa aingilie ndani, kwa sababu mahali imeenda, there is a lot of tension katika sehemu hii because tumepoteza watu, na ukifuatilia kindani hawa wenye hii shamba wame make payment up to late last year.
Aipo aingilie kati yule polisi ama yule afisa ambaye alimpiga risasi yule mtoto achukuliwe hatua za kisheria. Lazima ridhaa kamili ilipo kwa familia ambayo ilimpoteza mtoto, na tutafungua kesi kuhusiana na afisa huyo wa polisi.
That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, a quick look at the Thika Superhighway, and traffic coming into the city is busy, and we're going to go step by step, but it looks like a few more steps will be needed here. There's also traffic on Kamburu, just a little bit of that as you get towards Muthaiga Square, and then onto Huru Highway, all the way from the Nyayo Stadium roundabout through towards Haile Selassie, out towards University Way. That is very busy. Also busy on Raila Odinga Way, getting through towards Ngong Road at the Nairobi Funeral Home, and that is busy. There's Langata Road with some traffic as you get towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, and also on Jogo Road heading towards Landy is very busy as well. So we're keeping an eye on all of this. We are still in traffic hour, trying to keep things moving. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 7 minutes after 9 o'clock. We are into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and we're getting into a conversation. We'll call it part 2 of a conversation that we had yesterday to try and then see, well, here is the foundation, and then now what are we going to do about it? And we will start off that in a minute after CT tells us about the magic in his pocket and the things that it's doing.
Well, magic is only magic when you experience its reality. And the magic I'm speaking of is a money magic. Now, magic doesn't get better than that, because having it is good. Spending it is even better. But what I&M Bank is saying that we want to offer you something that is unique. We want you to be able to spend money, but while you are spending the money, we want you to be able to regain some of it back. Now, regaining some of it back is through a process they are referring to as Milele points. We in Kenya understand the concept of points and how it is you accumulate them and how it is that you use them. So even as you spend, what you are doing is you are doing what? You are gaining the points. Now what do you do with the points? The same thing you do with the money that you had before. You spend the points. You can use it for shopping. You can use it for, if you wish to fly, pay for a ticket to fly. If you have a vehicle that needs fueling, you can use it in the same way. Now, this particular card has a very interesting name. It's called the World Credit MasterCard by I&M. And you can access it through the I&M Bank on the Go platform. I&M Bank on the Go platform. Now, that isn't the end of the story. These Milele points that I've spoken of, 1 Milele points is the equivalent of 1 shilling. Mm-hmm. Now, if you happen to be the individual who is the 20th person to register for this card, you stand a chance of winning 50,000 Milele points. Now, 50,000 Milele points equals 50,000 Kenyan shillings. So, spending doesn't get better. You spend, you get, you spend, you get. So, ni milele.
There you go. Ni milele forever. Essentially, that's what it is. Yeah. And we go on the app. The app is?
The app is I&M Bank on the Go.
I&M Bank on the Go. Fantastic. Way to go. And our guest this hour, no stranger to the hot seat of the Situation Room, but still, these issues seem to be new every morning. Mm-hmm. The Principal Secretary in the State Department of Diaspora Affairs is Rosalind Jogo, and she's here this morning. Good morning, PS.
Good morning, and thank you. If the issues are new every morning, so is the Lord's mercy.
I'm telling you.
We are able to deal with this, Asante.
In fact, I just wanted to complete with that, but yeah. CT's proverb will explain to you now, today, why then it would have been it's in good company. Yeah. And when he says it, you will understand exactly what I'm saying.
All right.
So there he is with it, and then you help us interpret it, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm not certain whether those who repeatedly pronounce this particular phrase got it from this proverb, or just that it's common. God is good
all the time.
You see?
They say that's the way to if an intruder goes into the house of a believer.
Yes.
And the believer is hiding under the kitchen sink.
Yes.
This is how the intruder finds them. He just needs to say, God is good. And you must say it. You will find yourself saying all the time, and then you're busted. It's finished.
Yeah, the same would be like in a Muslim household. You just say, Assalamu alaikum.
Automatically, salam. Yes. Well, this is the proverb. God is good, but never dance with the lion.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
God is even wonderful. But dancing with lion, not so wonderful.
Yeah.
Yes.
What I think it means?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it speaks to wisdom, right? So God in his infinite goodness and his kindness is not going necessarily to pull you out of messes of your own making, right? So you do not walk around putting the Lord your God to the test and hoping to be just fine because the Lord is good. So don't go dancing with lions.
Don't go around quoting disaster.
Yeah, don't quote disaster.
Yes.
Don't quote disaster. Okay. Absolutely.
Exactly. Don't quote disaster. And it seems like, interestingly enough, but it seems that getting into a certain dragnet, we have been quoting disaster, and that has been the case. It has happened recently, and that allows us to jump right into our conversation for this morning, PS, because over the last couple of weeks, we've had some harrowing things, haven't we? And this is against the backdrop of, Kenyans looking for an opportunity to work outside the country and have gone through the process, which in terms of their understanding, it's been the right process. Many of them not knowing, maybe, or not saying they're aware of what to do, finding themselves on the other side of, the world, literally, and that whatever was promised to them is not the case.
Yeah.
And have gone into a situation whereby they essentially have started to work for criminal enterprises and then found themselves in a spot of trouble and had to find their way back to the country. It's probably a lot more than the eye can see for us. But we had a young lady in the studio yesterday who gave us her experience that happened about 3 years ago and what she's still in the throes of today. And then marks the position that a lot of other people are in. You saw the 78 who come back from Myanmar last week, and those who may still be stuck in other situations. And here we are saying it's gotten to the point whereby we're asking what really is going on, and are the country to country agreements that we see for work for Kenyans solid?
Fantastic question. And I think it's important as we address that question, we separate two issues. You have labor mobility on the one hand, and you have human trafficking on the other hand. We've had human trafficking for a long time, right? And in many countries, it's not just your regular human trafficking. Sometimes it's trafficking in children and that kind of thing. But human trafficking is an old problem. But now that you have labor mobility and an increasing number of Kenyans every year moving abroad, going to find work, and you have this publicized program of Kazi Maju, then you find now you have criminals who are able to do their work before now riding under that platform that has been provided for labor mobility and really doing their trade in human trafficking. Human trafficking is quite simply buying and selling people and moving them to do certain work for you.
Yes.
In the last few years, we've seen a new kind of trafficking, and this is probably what we've been talking about in the last few days, where weeks, months, where you force people into, they're calling it forced criminality.
Yeah.
You go into work expecting that you are going as an English teacher or as a translator or somebody with IT skills, and you find that you find yourself in a scam compound where you're forced to commit cybercrime and that kind of thing. Now, it is bigger than the public sees.
Yeah.
It is more harrowing than people are able to express when they come to these spaces, and it is dark. And the biggest weapon we have against human trafficking is hardening the target. You can put drug nets in place, you will put laws in place, you will create a legal infrastructure, institutional infrastructure, you will put administrative measures to basically keep people within your borders or not to fall into these sort of paths.
Yeah.
But human traffickers exploit a very simple weakness in people. If I come and tell you, Ndu, I have a job for you in Laos, PDR, or in Vietnam, or in Thailand. And let's say you're, a young, naive, 19, 20-year-old girl who hasn't been exposed much. This is your first time hearing about working abroad. Some of these countries you don't even know where they are, you don't know they exist.
Yes.
You do not know that the government has said don't work in such and such places and so on. But then we also tell you, but don't tell other people what wataiba nyota yako.
Yes,
you had that. Just you don't talk about it. and you know, I have really lined up the system for you. So this is what you're going to do. When you go for your passport we will help you with the passport application. When you go for your visa application, here are the documents you must present. What you're not realizing is that we're giving you fake bank statements. We're giving you forged documents for you to present to an embassy. You have now become complicit in your own trafficking. So you take up these documents. You know that you do not have 2 million shillings in your bank account, but the bank account that is now in those names says you have 2 million shillings. Okay, you're 19 years old. Where did you get this money from? You don't come from a wealthy family. So you present forged documentation, and now because you know you're taking certain shortcuts, you don't feel like you can opt out. So you go down that path, you grease every palm you can, you hear some of our publicity material telling you, do not leave the country on a visitor's visa, do not leave country on a tourist visa, check your documentation, blah, 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 blah. You get to the airport where we have a labor desk that checks labor migrants, but yours is not a labor migrant visa, yours is not a work visa. So you fall through the crack because you have a tourist visa like every other tourist going to that part of the world. And so you get through. And you arrive on the other side, you are picked up and everything looks good and rosy until you're picked up in a friendly country, but they cross you the border to a different country. And then the guns come out, and that's a point at which you realize, oh my goodness, my life is in danger and this is not what I thought I had signed up for. So when I say do that, the work that we do must be to harden the target.
Right.
It must be to teach people that this is the right path for labor mobility. This is human trafficking. These are signs to look out for. These are the signs. These are red flags.
Right.
Okay. These are red flags.
Okay.
And don't fall for these things, because unfortunately, over the 2 years and 4 months now that I've been doing this job, I have found that it doesn't matter how many drug nets, how many laws, how many systems we put in place. If you want to leave, you will leave. So because you have constitutional rights to allow you to leave.
So this is the thing, though. Yes. So, I mean, just listening to the stories that we heard, right, sitting where you were sitting this morning, just yesterday, and folks that she was in the company of, and people that we've seen articles written about in the newspaper over the last week. It would appear as though when they're entering into these agreements, they go through NEA, they go through NITA, they go through the agency, right? So are we saying essentially that there are still red flags? I mean, for me, when she spoke to us yesterday, one of the things that we asked is, did you have a contract? Did you have a contract with the people who are supposedly giving you a job out of nowhere? And she says that in retrospect, that's when she said, okay, actually, no, I didn't have a contract, but this is my first time leaving the country. I should have known that, whatnot. But yeah, as she said, that those are some of the things, but everything else she said, there is somebody in Kenya, there is an office, there is a human being, there are people who speak to you on the phone regularly, you actually give your passport, you pay money to somebody, you get your document back, you actually get on a plane.
Yes.
So they didn't imagine that there would be something wrong.
And that's the danger with it, right? So you set up something counterfeit alongside the proper process that ticks some of the boxes. But if you're looking, the red flags are right there. One of the things we say is if you're going to find a job abroad and you're using an agent, use a licensed and regulated agent. So I have been involved now in the rescue this year alone of 153 Kenyans from Myanmar. And between December 2022 and December 2024, another 150 or so Kenyans in Myanmar. Not a single one of those cases that we have worked with has worked with an agent who is licensed and regulated on the NEA website. Okay? Many Kenyans assume that if I tell you I run a business called Roslyn Jogu agency, you assume that I am actually an agent, but I could be a travel agent. You had on the news the other day a number of Kenyans storming a travel agency where people had been, had lost money, found some fake jobs in Mauritius and had been taken to Mauritius and then had to be returned and so on and so forth. That's a travel agency. It's not a recruitment agency. It's not a private recruitment. It's not licensed to do the work of finding people jobs. Now, if I have a broken leg, I should go to a hospital. I should see an orthopedic surgeon, probably. At the very least, I should see a doctor. I should not be seeing a masseuse at that point, right? But Kenyans are still seeing travel agents and seeing them as recruitment agents, and they are not. Travel agents are not licensed by the National Employment Authority. So that would be one. We say, if you're going to work with an agent, ensure that you're working with one who is licensed and regulated.
How would I know? How would I know,
It's on the National Employment Authority. It is in all our communications.
So I should go to the
NEA
I'm
website.
working with Rosalind Njogu Agency. Before I go and have a conversation with Rosalind, I need to go to
India NEA.ims.go.ke.
Search for Rosalind Njogu Agency.
And they will have a list of everybody who is current, everybody who is red flagged at the moment, everybody who has lost their license. So you can tell. You just need to do Kidogo. It is your life. It is your life. You need to have a little bit of, what is it now? You must do a little more. You must do a little bit of due diligence. So get into the NEA website. Look, is Do and Co Limited actually a licensed agent? If you cannot see them, you cannot see their license number on. Just run. Run.
Right.
Okay. So that's the first thing. The second thing we tell people is, make sure that you're living on the correct documentation. The minute someone tells you, I'll give you a tourist visa, but when you get to the other side, we will convert it into a worker's visa, run.
It's a lie.
Immediately. That is how we've ended up with a lot of people trafficked into Myanmar, into Thailand, into India. People assuming that they're actually going for work, but because it's easy to get a tourist visa. And you don't need to show that you actually have a job to get a tourist visa. So you go and you do this. So travel on the right documentation. Thirdly, check if this job actually exists. If this person is licensed by the National Employment Authority, the job is actually going to be listed on the NEA website, right? So agents are required to put up whatever jobs they are recruiting for on the NEA portal.
Right.
Okay? But you can also do something extra. You can reach out to us very quickly, because sometimes people see jobs that are not being advertised by recruitment agents, but by employers directly.
Right.
Right? So we are a company in such and such a place. We are looking for data entry clerks.
Yeah.
Okay? How do I know if that job is valid or not? There isn't an agent in Kenya. kazimaju@diaspora.go.ke. Just drop us an email. Our job is to check with all of our embassies abroad and tell you whether this job actually does that company actually exist? Are they actually currently hiring for data clerks and so on? And people check with us, and we're able to tell them that's not a real job. That's not a real job. Oh, that's actually a real job.
Go for it.
Okay, go for it. And we do that, and that's why government is here. But part of our job is actually to accompany people on that journey. And at Diaspora Affairs, what we try to do is to make people's journey to the diaspora a little more empowered.
Right.
Move with information. The fourth thing we say is this: come for pre-departure training. We are now running pre-departure sessions within even our offices. Okay, and now we will be doing it online, so that anybody who is leaving for, let's say, Turkey in the next 1 month can actually log in and learn what we are saying about Turkey. What do you need to prepare? We have now prepared country-specific handbooks, right? So that if I am leaving for Turkey again, when I come for the pre-departure training, I can actually get a little handbook that tells me, this is what I need to know about Turkey. These are the laws that I need to be aware about in Turkey. This is how you say hello, when you get there, and may I have a glass of water, and no, don't touch me, I don't want. Right? So important things, right? So we are doing all of these things, but the job seeker, the person who's looking to go abroad, has to partner with us. You have to show up.
You have to come halfway.
Itabidi jitume.
Yeah.
You have to meet her somewhere because we're giving the information. We're calling people for these information sessions. And I agree there is much more that can be done, right? We can roll out this in the way that... we were making jokes the other day with colleagues of mine and saying, growing up, every one of us knew about building gabions, at least when I grew up. Building gabions na mmomonyoko wa udongo. Right? So we want this information to get to that level of saturation where everybody sort of knows, because then you've hardened the target.
Sure.
Right.
Can I ask you about this?
Yes.
So look at the 100 and how many was it this year?
153.
153. Last year was 100 and...
No, between December 22 and 24, I think was another 150.
So essentially we're looking at about 303 people.
Plus.
Right?
Yeah.
That essentially had to be rescued. Sure, we know these are obviously people who went outside of the country through whatever means, dubious or otherwise, and dubious on the part of the agent. Does the department have any idea about their departure? Because clearly you were involved in their rescue, so they're coming back, you were fully involved. Was the department aware when they were leaving the country?
Kenyans are a special kind of people.
Yes.
Kenyans have deep constitutional rights. Kenyans will give you only the amount of information that they must part with until they're in trouble. Then it is Serikali's idea, the government is not working, can you move quickly, and all of that, right? Because they still have a right to be rescued and all of these things. Yeah, I understand. These are the people. This is the client, right? I have understood that this is the client. But let me be clear that when you leave, say, JKIA, we collect certain data about you. Immigration collects certain data about you, right? So this is your passport number. You've left probably on flight number this, and so on. We might not necessarily get details about necessarily where you're going, especially if you're going to Thailand for work, and I'm putting Thailand in quotes because they're not actually going to Thailand. You say you're going to Thailand, but you're going to end up in the Golden Triangle, right? We've also, over the years, realized that Kenyans will, if you're being smuggled or being trafficked, you have now been told that there are red flags here and there. Or we say, please check anybody who is going to Thailand and just aggressively do a little bit of a check. And sometimes we'll pull people off the line and ask some questions and get a little more information. Again, to watch out for people. They'll say, I'm going to Ethiopia. Okay, I'm going to Ethiopia. So there's no trouble in Ethiopia. Why should we suspect there's anything wrong with you going to Ethiopia? You don't need a visa to go to Ethiopia. They are a friendly nation. They're right next door. There are no red flags at all going off when you tell us you're going to Ethiopia. And you are boarding probably Ethiopian Airlines and going through
Addis.
Yes, and through Addis. We just don't know that that's not your final destination. Sometimes we've seen, and this happened in the case of Lebanon, we would have Kenyans who would leave the country and tell us they're going to Dubai. And they hold a visa for Dubai, right? For the UAE. They will go to Dubai and stay there for a few days as they get their worker visa to enter Lebanon, while we have had a labor mobility ban on Lebanon for 2 years now. But they will do that. So, which is why I said the target of our interventions must be the people. So that you know that I should not be participating in my own trafficking or in my own smuggling. And by doing these things, I'm making it that much easier for the trafficker and that much harder for me to get help.
So have people been contributing in their own trafficking? Is that what you're saying?
To a large extent, yes. And they probably are doing it unknowingly. Because we have managed to convince you that if I say I'm going to Thailand, wale watu wa immigration watakukazia. Don't do that. If you want an easy way out, you just say you're going to Ethiopia. And these young people believe it.
There is an underlying issue here, though. Now, I say this against the backdrop of what is evidence that you and your ministry are doing a fantastic job. There is no question about it. There is no question about it. The driving force that leads the young people to buck the tide and go against anything that would be sensible.
Yeah.
Everything that they have heard, because if there is information online, the people who live on the internet are these young people. So it's not that they don't know. Even the knowledge that they would go to these places probably is derived from the internet. Now, what would you say is the driving force that makes someone so desperate? Because there's desperation here to the point where at some level they may even know what you have said. They may even know about the ban.
In fact, let me tell you a good story of one of the survivors that I interviewed that we brought back some 2-3 weeks ago. Because I asked them, good people, welcome back. I am happy to have you back and I'm happy you're alive. That hasn't been the case for everybody, right? So I'm happy that you're alive and you made it back. Didn't you hear us when we said, this is the right path, walk in it. Do not walk in this one. Did any of you ever see a video we have made, a tweet, anything on we have on TikTok, did this message not get to you at all? Some said, no, I don't. I'm only on TikTok and this one and not these old people.
Facebook.
I'm not on Facebook and whatever for older people, but we are on TikTok, and so on. But one of them told me. One of them said, "P.S. I'll be honest with you. I knew. We knew,
but
I figured you guys must not be telling the truth." I figured you must not be telling the truth. So nikaona let me go see for myself. So there is something here that we need to understand about people. The other thing I was going to say is this. While people are taking up these fake jobs. Yes, on Saturday, one of the young people who came back called it kazi hewa, which I think is such an apt description of it. They're taking up these non-existent jobs. But on the National Employment Authority website, there are many opportunities that are yet to be taken up.
That are solid.
Yes. There are jobs constantly that are yet to be taken up. When we've done Kazi Maju fairs, as the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, sometimes we will come and tell people about opportunities, and often the verified and licensed agents will go back to Nairobi with those opportunities because they have not all been taken up. For some reason, Kenyans will not show up to these fairs, but will take up a job from a faceless stranger on Facebook or something that has been forwarded to them on WhatsApp.
Okay, that before
it's something we need to understand fundamentally.
There's something that perhaps needs to be faced head on, and that is the trust quotient that the citizenry have with the government. It is not a pleasant discussion. But the people who perhaps feel that the government doesn't look up to their interests the most are people who are young.
Okay, I want you to hold on to that thought, CT.
Let me hold on to that thought.
Because it's a very important one, just to come into that, segue from that.
Yeah.
Because why? We have to look at why. Because we have 303 people who had to be rescued from the jaws of potential death, had to come back into the country, and you don't know that that's the entire number. There's probably still more. But why, when you have a government website which is giving you authentic jobs, you'd rather go into the lion's den? You're going to dance with the lion. Why? We're having a conversation this morning with the Principal Secretary in the Department of Diaspora Affairs, and it's 26 minutes to 10. We're going to come back and continue with this.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Spice FM. Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Jogu is the Principal Secretary in the State Department of Diaspora Affairs, and we're looking at, a number of those affairs this morning. The one that has gripped the nation by storm, really, is Kazi Ahewa. I think we're going to go with that. Kazi Ahewa. We're going to go with that because that's what it actually was. So, CT, coming in from the break, you're saying, you know what? The trust deficit from people to government has to be looked at when we're trying to figure out this particular issue.
You see, the question is, how do young people in this country relate to their government? What do they understand the role of government to be? And what is it that they consume in terms of information regarding the government? And is there evidence for them to actually see and understand that their government works in their interest? The evidence exists. And it's plenty for somebody who cares to look at it. But what is it that they consume that influences their thinking? So that even when it is clear and there are people, young people, who have taken up opportunities and have benefited from them, there are those who still prefer what is clearly opaque.
You see, it is because most of them usually get referrals from, I have a friend who's in Maju and they're doing well, so alinitumia kitu, let me follow up with that and not care to go to the government website because the government did not take my friend who is in this place and working there. So it is a question of the trust deficit that you have with, including the fact that they're getting referrals from those who are outside. So how do we deal with that and ensure that at any given point, whether it's referrals, that they go through the government channels in ensuring that they are doing the right thing and the jobs indeed do exist.
And that's important. And there is something there to explore in terms of sources of information and what people trust. Whether it comes from their friends, their family, testimonials, and that kind of thing. But let me say this about trust in government, trust and young people and how they feel about how they feel about government. I think they're willing to trust government to come and rescue them.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So, if you're going to put your hands in the government to come and rescue you when a mafioso is electrocuting you, you better pick a path from the beginning. I don't want to pussyfoot around this issue. There is a woman who died. A young woman. She would have been 22, 23 if I'm not wrong. In Myanmar. Why? She was one of the victims of the human trafficking, and things went south, and they were going to harvest her organs. Okay, and she died. There's a family somewhere that is grieving the death of this young woman. All of the 300 plus Kenyans who have come back will never be the same again. These are people who have been starved. These are people who have been electrocuted. These are people who have been beaten. These are people who've been kept in the dark for days. People have been tortured. This is not that I went and the job was hard. It is that I went and they refused to call me by my name, Roslyn. They gave me another name, as if I am in prison, like a number. And I do not know all of your names because we all now have, made up names. These are people who have been. I have pictures that have been sent to me by the embassy that make me weep.
Do you want to look at them again?
People's flesh has come off. Their skin is beaten and broken because of what people have gone through in these camps. You do not wish this on your worst enemy. Ambassador Kiptines and Ambassador Kiptines is our balozi in Thailand, and I do not think we've ever shared a joke the other day I told him he needs to start sending me jokes on WhatsApp because our conversations are so tense. And often it is, PS, we have found these other ones. Please, can you mobilize resources quickly? How do we resolve these things? So this is not something you wish on your worst enemy. So I do not wish to pussyfoot around it. I want to be very clear. If you pick a path that is opaque, as City called it, to try and find a job abroad, you might end up being the victim of human trafficking. And you will have yourself to blame. While we will do everything to rescue you, it is, first of all, not the best use of our resources. We should be using that money to do bigger things for you. But we will come and rescue you if we can.
This is
but
a question.
We do not know if you will be that lucky. So the point I'm trying to make is this. If you're trying to find a job abroad, on our website, diaspora.go.ke, on all of our social media, we constantly give information about how to migrate safely. Use that information. We will, as GOK, be doing more to get that information to the ground, but Kenyans have to be willing to take up that information.
And even with that, by your own admission, Kenyans will expect the government, whether you trust it or not, will expect government to save, the rescue. Even now, there's a question here. There is a lady who then was caught up in a job scam in Myanmar, one of those who were not, rescued. How are you going to help? That's the question right now.
So and first of all, I feel terrible because the situation is bad. We still have some Kenyans in those camps. We know this. I know this. Balozi knows this. Our embassy in Thailand knows this. Once they can make contact with us and with our embassy in Thailand, then we begin the process of attempting to trace where they are. But please remember, Myanmar is a sovereign country. Our Balozi is sitting in Thailand. I'm sitting in Nairobi. The areas where the scam and next time I must bring charts, for you to see. But the areas where the scam compounds are along the border of Thailand and Myanmar, along the Mysot border. And if you look at satellite imaging, you will see over the last few years, the scam compounds have increased. The amount of infrastructure has just been growing and growing and growing, which means more and more people are coming to work there. So we have to identify exactly where you are. Then we have to coordinate between ourselves, the Thai government, whoever we can work with in Myanmar, because these areas are under rebel control, who we can work with and then attempt a rescue. It was much easier for us to run evacuations out of Lebanon or out of Sudan or out of Israel and Gaza than it is for us to do this work.
There's this quotient of desperation that the people who lure these young people seem to understand.
Yes. They've understood the customer.
Yes, and they've understood where to harvest this particular customer. And they've even understood how to message the bait so that it is something that you will bite and you will continue coming. The story we were told yesterday explains it. Before you cross over to the Golden Triangle, you're put up in a swanky hotel. You're picked up in a luxurious car and you feel buzz. I have arrived. Indeed you have. It's just that the opposite awaits you. The need to address not the circumstances, but the circumstances which lead to the thinking that our youth have with regards to what is the truth and what isn't about this government of theirs, because this is their government. There isn't another one. And perhaps what it is that they can do to change the circumstances they do not like. You see, if you're determined not to believe something, even when there's evidence that it is true, there's very little we can do for you. But on the other hand, there are people who perhaps haven't gotten an opportunity to actually understand these opportunities. So perhaps what is known, what is already being put out there, perhaps the question should be a portal where young people tell us how they would like us to communicate to them. Because the efforts are being made, and perhaps that has already been done. But the consistency, this is what we do. How would you like us to communicate? Because we can communicate in a way that we are satisfied, gets the message across. It does. But the person who receives the message, are they receiving what we intended them to receive?
So I am in search of solutions like you. I want to be coming here. The affairs, as Ndu said, the diaspora affairs that I want to be discussing when I come here. I want to be discussing how Kenyans are now taking up political office around the world. The affairs I want to be discussing here are how Kenyans are being honored by governments around the world for their exploits in science and academia. The affairs I want to be discussing here are what new businesses Kenyans are opening abroad, and those are the affairs I want to be discussing. These affairs of human trafficking, these affairs of distress, I want to discuss less and less of those. So I am happy to communicate with these young people where they want to hear, but they have to show up.
Okay.
They have to show up.
One of the questions that's biting now is that we talk about registered agents, and some of them have then been deregistered, and then they come back on the website under a new name and under new accreditation. How do we deal with that? Park that. And then how do we also deal with issues that come up years later about turmoil that others have been through in other countries? The Gulf is still one of those big issues where there are stories of people having been brutalized, beaten to within inches of their life. How are we dealing with those?
Okay, so those are two issues, and I'm looking at the time.
I know.
Okay, so those are two really important issues. The first one, let me say that there's a process for verification before you're licensed as an agent, and that process is run by the Ministry of Labour and the National Employment Authority, and the State Department for Diaspora Affairs has a seat at that table where we look at, past behavior and so on before we say whether you should be licensed or not. If you're a kind of person who's given us grief in the past in terms of your clients go to these places and you don't rescue, you don't do this, you've had offenses before, then we will usually put that before the vetting board, and that is going to go on the record, and likely you will not get your license and so on. So that's one of the ways to deal with that.
Okay.
Our law, company law is an interesting thing. Our law usually looks at the company as opposed to the individual. Right? So Ndu can have 5 companies, but we don't see Ndu, we see the various companies. That's how our law looks at it. The Philippines has an interesting model where if you lose your license as Ndu Limited, that company can never do that business again. Ndu as a person can never do that business, and any employee in that business can never do that business. It is very punitive. Okay, so there is a conversation about whether that is the direction we should go. Now, let me park that for now.
We should.
Okay.
We should.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa. That one I have had. Now, let me go to the next issue, which is distress that comes up. Over the weekend, there was an article that the New York Times published about distress among particularly, I think it was domestic workers within Saudi Arabia, Kenyan domestic workers within Saudi Arabia, distress among domestic workers in Saudi Arabia. And the gist of that article was that these young people, I'm sorry, I don't know if they're young people, but these women went for help to our embassy in Riyadh and were
denied,
victimized. That particular article is quite disturbing, because it speaks about this particular woman having our embassy staff demanding sexual favors from her before they're able to help her and so on. And my phone has been going off the entire weekend as people, forward this article to me and they say, have you seen this? What is the government doing? That is a favorite question of Kenyans. What is the government doing about it? And so on. So let me say this. One, that particular article that speaks to, I think, and she was very brave to have her name put up. I think she was called somebody Kemoli. That particular article was particularly concerning.
Sure.
Because she says she went to the embassy, the labor attaché demanded sexual favors, and so on and so forth for her to get help. It was, I think, the year was 2020. So this was well before the State Department for Diaspora Affairs was set up, and it was, well before, this administration began this work and so on. But that's one of the reasons why this department was set up, to have a specific focus and look at distress of Kenyans abroad and be able to deal with it. Now, we have done many things to make sure that things like this do not happen. Many people have asked me whether the named officer, Juma Twanga, who was the Labour attaché, was named in this article, what has been done for him. Juma Twanga is no longer an employee of the government of Kenya. But, one of the things that concern me the most is that to date, 5 years after this happened, we do not have a formal complaint against this person.
Okay.
Hata sisi tunaona kwa gazeti with the others. And I understand, a victim of something like this not being able to come out and report, especially when they have tried to go for help to the government and, have been treated this way. But again, this exploits those vulnerabilities in people that we're speaking about on the human trafficking thing. And what we do as a State Department for them, what we were trying to do is to basically say, come, we are very happy to see how we can work with you. So I've reached out to this woman, and she's coming to my office shortly after I leave here, to try and understand what has happened and how can we, even if it has been 5 years, deal with this. But on the larger systemic issue, is to say that if a government employee, and of course this will be investigated and we will deal with it, but if a government employee acts in this manner, that is not only unconscionable, it is patently criminal.
Right.
Okay, that is a severe abuse of office, and that must be dealt with. That must be punished. Let me say that. And number two, to say that people who are in distress and need to report diasporians who are in distress and need to report something particularly that has to deal with, I have been treated poorly by a member of, the State Department for Diaspora Affairs or out there by our mission staff. We have put up a special email address for them to send to, and it is for my eyes only. It is reports@diaspora.go.ke. Okay, then I will look at that and I will be able to get into it and we can do an investigation. But we've done many things, not just to address this one case, but systemically, right? So after the State Department for Diaspora Affairs was set up, our entire mandate, or we are the one part of government that looks at the distress and the welfare and the interests of Kenyans in the diaspora, whether they be, workers, students, and that kind of thing. We have reached out using mobile consular services, right? So we have taken services to Kenyans in places where we don't have embassies or in cities that are closer to them, and we have served tens of thousands of Kenyans in this way in the last 2 years. As far as labor mobility is concerned, we have tried to rework our frameworks within which people move abroad. The BLAs have been renegotiated or are being renegotiated to increase welfare provisions. But beyond that, we are now trying to do more of migration and mobility partnership agreements, which are richer agreements. An example is what we have with Germany. There are an MOU that we have with Austria. Those are richer agreements that have more provisions around welfare rights, but also have provisions around social benefits portability, what happens when you retire abroad, how do you move your money, skills, knowledge, technology transfer, that kind of thing. So we are trying to move towards that richer, more protective framework. At the multilateral level within the AU system and within the UN system, we are, and you might know this, Kenya is a champion country on the Global Compact for migration, for safe, regular migration. And one of the things we discuss within that framework is how we can make mobility for all labor-sending countries, quote unquote, safer and better for our various citizens. We have set up a counseling center within the State Department for Diaspora Affairs that serves not just our diasporians when they're there, but their families here. Because very often it is families who come to us and say, we've not heard from our sister, we've not done this, we've not done the other. We've run evacuations, we do repatriations, we have a 24-hour hotline call center that people can call depending on what time it is, wherever they are, here in Nairobi for the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, where people can reach us and say, this is my kind of distress, and so on. We have now, in terms of documents, we have a mental health action plan because we've realized one of the biggest problems for diaspora is actually mental health. So we have a mental health action plan that deals with how do we identify crises, mental health crises in the various publics, and how do we deal with that, and we have an action plan. We've recently launched the Diaspora Policy 2024 that goes in depth into dealing with some of the issues that we are talking about, including distress, including rescuing people and so on. Many administrative measures, but one of the exciting things that we'll be seeing this year is also now the Diaspora Bill. We're now working on a law that sees how do we support all of these things. So there's much work that has been done and that we're continuing to do to protect Kenyans, and working with stakeholders such as the State Department for Labour and Skills Development on the global labour market strategy that tells us how do we protect Kenyans within mobility, how do we create regulation, how do we create policy, but also how do we facilitate Kenyans in this
What sort of agreement did we sign with Saudi Arabia?
A bilateral labour agreement. It's an old one. It's a 2013 agreement.
And how do you upgrade it?
So you're in with the process of renegotiating that agreement because it's supposed to lapse every 5 years for that particular agreement. But then you have an opportunity within the Joint Implementation Committee to sit around the table and renegotiate a minimum wage, include new clauses around welfare and so on. So these are some of the things that that you can do with the Middle East, with Europe. One of the other things that we're doing also is just opening up new markets, right? Giving people options so that you can work in Saudi Arabia, or you can work in Austria, or you can work in Canada, or you can work in Kuwait and so on. So opening up new markets, because what these agreements do then is that they give us a framework to work with the other government, particularly for the safety of our citizens in that country.
Right. So, P.S., what I would just want to get in terms of clarity is because the young people leaving the country are leaving the country because of unemployment, job opportunities and whatnot. But the government is coming in to offer these solutions for them. And one of the reasons why they leave is because, again, we've talked about the trust conscience that is out there. But how do we ensure that the young people trust what the government is saying?
That's a good question. Let me say this before I say that. Let me say this. We must always see labor mobility within the broader framework of all of the work we are doing in addressing unemployment. Right? The plan is kazi kwa ground, kazi kwa mtandao, kazi majuu, in that order. Right? First and foremost, we want people to work here at home. Then we want people to work online, right? Remotely. Again, that is still here, but sort of different. And then labor mobility, right? And that is the third sort of step in that journey. So I only kick in while we've done kazi kwa ground na kazi kwa mtandao, and then labor mobility, and that is good and it's important. And the benefits of labor mobility are well established. We don't even have to get into the stories of remittances and so on. The question of trust is like a marriage. It's like a dating relationship. It has to be built slowly. But if you and I are married today and you decide, this woman, vila ananiangalianga, I really do not, So, but we must work at it. You must actually look and see. When, as a diasporian, I was distressed, did the government come for me? Yes. When I was stuck in Lebanon and there was no way to get home when the bombs started flying, did the government come for me? Yes. When I am living abroad and I have my children and they need birth certificates, does the government make it easy for me to get their documentation? Yes. Consistently, we are building trust. And I will tell you this, that with Kenyans in the diaspora, we have built a lot of trust. Because we have consistently delivered. We've consistently engaged. We've consistently delivered services, and that relationship is doing well.
I think that's, sad that we have to stop at this point because there's too many questions. Let's use this as an opportunity to have you back in the seat again, and let's do it for longer because there's too many questions. There's too much clarification that is required. So let's do that.
I'd like to do that.
Let's agree to do that. But let's also thank you at this point for coming. Rosalind Kadhure Njogu is the PS in the Department of Diaspora Affairs, and she's been here this morning as our guest. Thank you so much. Thank you for keeping it the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday. By God's grace, 6 a.m. tomorrow. We talk again. God is good
All the time.
All the time. Good morning.
The lion.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lau Ubaga. A large-scale search and rescue operation is underway for a missing family of 4 in Tsavo East National Park. The Kenya Wildlife Service has deployed